Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome to Saturday Night Speedway here at the HyperX Esports Arena. I heard y'all were ready for some Mario Kart. Well, good news, we are going to be getting right into it very, very soon. I am so excited for what we have on deck for you today. But first, it is still quarantine, so we do have a little video to show you first. We're going to cut to that, and then we're going to be getting right into things.
Hello, and welcome into the HyperX Esports Arena. Thank you so much for joining us here today. We understand that you're excited to get ready for your game, but first, there are a few rules we have to go over regarding COVID-19. First, we ask that you please wear a mask at all times. It's okay to pull it down to eat or drink, but other than that, we ask that you make sure you wear your mask properly throughout your stay at the venue. If there is not enough space at the bar, please wait behind the orange line and someone will come out to assist you with your food or drink order. We ask that you please maintain 6 feet of space between you and those around you for social distancing, and especially do not congregate on stage after rounds conclude. If you arrived here in a group, you can of course stay with that group. If you came together, you can play together. We understand that these rules can be tedious, but we thank you for your patience and understanding. We're all trying to do our part in the effort to return to normal as soon as possible. In the meantime, we hope you enjoy your time here at the HyperX Esports Arena, and thank you for your support.
And welcome back. It is time for us to get into things. We got some Mario Kart to talk about, and our great qualifier rounds are just about to get started. But we also do have some highlights from the last phenomenal game. My name is Caleb, and with me here is Sir Nine, here to talk about how wild things have been already recently.
I know, it's been a long time since I've actually been on this desk, but 95, SNS 95, it's going to be a great time. We have 5 qualifiers worth of competitors here to prove they are the best Mario Kart player.
It is going to be wild, and we, of course, have some fantastic highlights moments ahead for you, just in case you somehow missed the last incredible run of Mario Kart here. We're going to be coming to as we speak.
Yeah, take a look at these highlights. This is actually from SNS 94, as Funny Name was our champion here, but you can see Vonnie popping off right there. He's doing a great job. Riley sniping off those green shells, teeing up his Fire Flower in the back, but Riley still taking his first place and showing off some Hyper X gear. Some great stuff there, by the way, in the shop in the front. But Sneaks taking first place there in our semifinals, and he might be our quietest competitor here, but one of our best. But on the other half, you have Riding My Pidgey and Funny Name fighting it out and be able to take it. Funny Name also being able to dodge that blue shell, and oh hey, that's me.
You are.
I forgot. I was like just kind of like trashing right there, waiting before I took that first place. Man, I've just been 2 weeks away. Other than that, you got Funny Name taking that first place, being able to avoid that red shell right there before he crossed that finish line. But other than that, Sneaks being able to take the way, and Funny Name, our 2-time winner for SNS.
It was a phenomenal game, you can tell, and a little sneak preview of what you're in store for today, because once again, our challengers are back. Everybody gunning for that championship spot, and listen, it is going to be wild. We have some seriously interesting competitors to keep a close eye on. Sir Nine with us to give us all the detailed insights we need to get some predictions going. If you're out there having a good time, having something to eat, having something to drink, I know you're in for a fantastic show, as are we. I'm very much so looking forward to this.
Yeah, I mean, I love SNS. I'm usually competing, but this time it's great to be on the desk, be able to watch every player, pick out all the moves that they're doing, and kind of actually stalk my competition and figure out how to get better in future SNSs as well.
Yeah, hey, same for you folks at home, getting an opportunity to really see what's going to be going down, get some insight from some top-tier Mario Kart players so that you will never lose to your friends and family again. Or who knows, maybe one day it'll be you on this stage, getting talked about, getting gassed up by folks like me who are super huge fans.
Yeah, absolutely. But we actually have 12 competitors right now on deck, ready to compete against these players right now. You have Gondar, Corday, Sneaks, Batter Cookie, 13, Jadeda, JJ, Rivera, Dread Splash, Heart Soul, Fuzz, and Daddy-O. Who do you think is going to take it out of this?
I mean, one of them is named Daddy-O, and so I feel my heart compels me to root for Daddy-O, but honestly, I've been hearing a lot of good things about Sneaks as well. I've been hearing a couple of whispers on the wind that he is, in fact, a prodigy.
Yeah, this guy
has a real power behind him.
Yeah, he's won like 15 SNSs, and he's under 18 years old. He's actually, I believe, 15 years old, so he is a child prodigy out of nowhere.
So we're seeing some real talent on the board already. This is going to be really, really good. Are there any, I feel like you're the expert here. Certainly you've got a Mario Kart record that far supersedes mine. So is there anybody in our first qualifier that makes you really interested to see how they're going to perform today?
You know, I always enjoy watching Sneaks because he's one of our top competitors, and he's the best way to learn how to get from a B-list talent or to the S-tier racer.
All right, well, there you have it. Here's people to keep an eye on, but always remember to look out for the underdog. I'm very curious to see who's going to come completely out of nowhere and surpass all of our expectations. One way or another, everybody in these qualifiers are going to be worth keeping an eye on. This is about to go down. We are just about to get things started. So everybody, I hope you are ready for some Mario Kart because our top tier competitors are about to go head to head. This is going to be a great start to a great evening of Mario Kart.
Are you ready to get this started?
That is what I love to hear. We are diving right into the game underway. Our first qualifier already gotten started. We already have some wild moments to take a close look at. Before we get started, we can see we are in seventh with one of our fantastic competitors. This is Jadeda coming up doing his best, hitting the skip right there. And hopefully coming up on a pack of players, actually.
Yeah, so remember, this is Yoshi's Circuit, so one of the biggest things you have to worry about is our bagging team. Players that are in the far back can use stronger items and succeed more than likely to hit up that first place.
Have to keep a close eye on that. We can see already that, well, there are some overtakings happening. It's Mario Kart, so we're going to be seeing a lot of that time and time again. But for the moment, it looks like there is a pretty solid lead on our first place racer. I stand corrected. As quickly as I said it, things change.
Well, things are going to change really quick. That blue shell is about to hit JJ right now. He has nothing to defend himself.
Oh, this is going to be painful to watch, whether it's you or somebody else. It hurts to see it action. And that is already gone through. Sneaks coming in first place. Is that any surprise? Can we really say that that's a shock?
No, no surprise at all. But one of the things you notice is that he was able to use those mid-pack items, and he kind of held it in until that last second. And once that lightning shock, he was able to get one more set of item box and boost his way into first place.
Phenomenal stuff. And so that's already one in the bag. And now we're moving swiftly on to the next, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you don't mind, let's talk a little bit about this format. So for those who are watching at home or in the arena who just don't know what the heck's going on, essentially we have 5 qualifiers here. Each person is going to play in sets of 12, and they're going to get a score after 4 races. We're adding everyone's score, and the top 34 are going to be able to move on to our second chance and our semifinals, but we'll get more on that later.
So there's going to be a lot to go through and a lot of very interesting comings and goings of people in that top 34 ranking. Who knows who we're going to be able to see go into this next round, but I have a sneaking suspicion that one person we've discussed already is probably a guaranteed spot somewhere in there.
I wouldn't be too worried about Sneaks. He has done this before, but the competition keeps on getting harder every week, so you never know as we're going through the roulette right now to find out what our second course is.
Very excited to see that. I'm very excited to get your opinion on how the course selection is going to affect who's going to be likely to go through into our next round. I know there's certain ones I'd be dreading to get in a situation like this, and probably something that I probably would be a little bit more enthusiastic about. I know that there's people that have a preferred course. I know the last time that I was here, my preferred course was a little controversial, but it actually turned out to be a really great race to watch in action at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going into Hyrule Circuit right now. This is one of the more difficult tracks in Mario Kart 8. And even better about this is, once again, it's a bagging track. Players who are fall behind have a better chance of reaching out in front.
Let's see, we already have you-know-who in first place. Sneaks taking that initial lead. No doubt we're probably going to see him lose at a certain point because, like you said, bagging is going to be a very pivotal strategy here. But do not let that fool you. Do not let that make you think he is slipping on the talent by any means. We are going to have a couple of other people, Batter Cookie on camera right now, sailing by.
Yeah, I like how 13 threw that red shell and got rid of that blue shell at first place against Sneaks just to get some distance. You don't want to get too close to a player when they're holding a shell or dragging it behind them. It creates a lot of issues when you're trying to get up to first place.
He's best to maintain that space and doing pretty well with it so far. We have Batter Cookie hitting the slide flawlessly, absolutely clean on the drift. We can see further back, Isabel piloted here. Cordy is charging ahead, going to hit that skip no problem with the mushroom.
A little bit tight on that turn right there. When you go off that jump, you want to stay on the left side so you don't fall in the grass that you see right there. But, you know, it is the qualifiers. He's got some time to make. He's going to be able to catch back up.
1 points onto the board. Keep that in mind, everybody, that even if somebody manages to lag behind a little bit, there's a lot of comeback potential in this match. We have a lot of opportunities for these players to make the points that they need to qualify. And to know somebody that ends up having a little bit of trouble here in these earlier rounds might really catch their flow and end up taking it all.
I love how Jadeda is actually using the waggle control to do tricks to move. Usually you just press a button, but I love how he's getting into it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, put your heart, body, and soul into the game, as at least one player here certainly can agree with, but as I can as well. It's going to happen. Whether you're playing any kind of a racing game, the natural human tendency is to lean while you are pushing that controller.
Yeah, and he sneaks in first place right now. He has a defensive weapon on his second slot. He's just going to hold it. He's not going to try for a second. Oh, he actually goes for the second item, maybe going for an air horn. It's a little risky in my opinion, but we'll see what happens in this last lap.
A big risk, big reward. We have second place creeping up on him potentially. Piranha Plant keeping him well covered, but in third, here comes JJ107 sailing ahead. He's got shells on deck until Boo.
He Sneaks playing around in first place right there. He had nothing to worry about. I am worried about JJ, though. We'll find out a little bit how he did later because he lost all 3 shells. So that's like no defense at the final lap.
Mm-hmm. That is a tough situation here. But as it comes as a surprise to nobody, Sneaks still absolutely killing it. Now it's slowly but surely turning into a situation of it's not so much is Sneaks going to get in. It's going to be is Sneaks going to be challenged? Are we going to see him really get it pushed until we get actually into the meat of the game tonight?
He usually starts stressing out around the semifinals, so he's having fun.
Yeah, having a little bit of fun with it, as I hope you all are out there watching this, because certainly things are hype already, but it's only going to get more intense from here. So get yourself well prepared, because we have only begun to pop off. I can guarantee you that much. If our next course selection going through as we speak, just in a few moments, we'll get to see where our competitors are headed next.
Yeah. So before we get started, if you hear your name, we are getting ready for qualifier number 2. So we do need you to head up to the hype tunnel. So Stud Muffin, Poppy Tart, Vanny 951, Geronimo, Lil Happy, Sports Joey, Heidi Sprite, Giovanni, Do Magic, Ninja Buddy, Fake, and Big B. Please head up to the hype tunnel so we could get ready for qualifier number 2.
This is going to be great. Yet another set of names and another opportunity for us to see who's going to be our front runner, who are we going to be putting some money down on, at least in our minds, who are we going to be excited to see get out there and perform. Out of our second qualifier, do you have any favorites?
For our second qualifier, I have to go with Sports Joey, but let's talk about this right now. We're in one of the hardest tracks in Mario Kart. It's Baby Park. It's just 7 laps. It's just right turns. It's NASCAR.
It's absolutely brutal, unforgivable. I don't feel like I'm going to become too unpopular in the room when I say Baby Park fills me with rage every time, but sometimes I still use it to inflict pain on others, so.
I don't blame you. There's going to be a lot of throwing controllers here. You got Rivera in 5th place with a mushroom. That's not good enough to be able to catch up to first, but as long as he keeps these shells, then he'll be fine.
That drift there sneaks once again with the perfect turn. A little bit guarded, but we see player 2 coming in very close.
So you can see Sneaks there using a no-item shortcut. He's cutting through these corners. But we'll get to that a little bit later. So as we're talking about this, you're pretty new to the SNS scene. What kind of players what do you think when you think Mario Kart.
When I get a good look at these player rosters, the first thing that I look for, honestly, is who has the best name. I look for who has the best gamer tag, and I immediately latch onto them just to give me a sense of focus, because whenever I'm looking at a group of people that let's say this is my first day at SNS, I can remember my first day. It isn't today, but I initially just find somebody that I can pick on, something arbitrary, to be honest, because that level of focus lets me notice things more. If I'm trying to figure out who I'm going to look at, I can get a little bit overwhelmed. Well, you pick one person, maybe you're going to be going over it again later. That lets you see who's going to be getting ahead of them over the course of the match. That lets you find the people that really stand out as talents to you based on how they're doing, how they're performing. Somebody like Sneaks, a story like that, really interesting player with, again, good name. That's the kind of thing that sticks with you and lets you sort of internalize the information a little bit better.
Yeah, so the first thing I actually look for is the kind of characters they are using. And some of these characters, for example, some of them are lightweight, some of them are heavy, and depending on what kind of character they use, you could tell what kind of play style they are. If you're a lighter character, you're very more maneuverable, and you tend to play, or you're able to play more defensively that way. While you're a heavyweight, you're very scripted. You can only take certain turns specific ways. So looking at the characters and what they use, you could kind of determine how they're going to play.
Really, really interesting, and we're going to get to see plenty of that and plenty more. We are going to be rerunning Race 3 real quick. Due to a couple of technical difficulties, but do not worry, we're just underway, and I can assure you that everybody is now, if anything, warmed up and really ready to hit the racetrack and try and break through the grueling experience that can be Baby Park. But again, they got the skills to do it. Been through it many a time here at SNS, so I'm sure it is no big deal for a lot of our competitors.
Yeah, and that's one of the best parts about Esports Arena. They definitely take care of their players. If there's any kind of issues or any kind of technical issues, there's a whole admin team there to take care of you and make sure you have a fair and fun race.
And as we get Baby Park once again on deck, ready to go, like you said, our team is taking very good care of everybody. So stay hyped, stay attentive, because we're going to be getting right back into things in just a moment once all of our racers are ready to go. And we get an opportunity to see whether or not this is going to be where any interesting turns of events happen. Because like we were just talking about, we know Sneaks is getting through. We know Sneaks is doing well, but there's still a lot of other people that I took notice of as we went through. We saw a lot of Batter Cookie over the course of it. We saw Corday, we saw a lot of Gondar, and I'm really excited to see out of those groups, are anybody going to really stand out as potentially threatening forces when it comes to our ultimate victory here.
Yeah, so some of the players I look for, just because I competed with some of these players, is obviously like JJ and Batter Cookie. These guys have been playing so much since the time. But speaking of that, we do need all the players from Qualifier 2 to head up on the stage, or head up to the hype tunnel up on the second floor. So Stud Muffin, Poppy Tart, Vonnie951, Geronimo, LOL Happy One, Sports Joey, Heidi Sprite, Giovanni, Do Magic, Ninja Buddy, Fake, and Big B. Please head up.
Sounds like an interesting group already, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see whether or not your predictions, as I know some of you are already either fans of SNS, you've got some names on deck, or you're like me back in the day when I first came here to the esports arena, a day that I still remember quite vividly, and you're just picking somebody off of the name. You're excited, so you don't know what's going to happen, but I can guarantee you it is going to be great to see go down. But first, we do have our circuit to get back to, our game 3 for our first qualifiers.
Yeah, they're still queuing up. And one of the things that you want to think about when you're a competitor, especially for the qualifiers, is your total score at the end of your 4 races. On average, you want to hit about 30 points. If you're hitting 30 points, you're going to hit our second chance or our semifinals. So as long as you're hitting within that range, you have a pretty good shot of moving on.
So keep that in mind. This is the kind of thing where, again, because these are point-based, you have an opportunity to get that comeback if you do not do too well at the very, very start. Going to put a little bit more pressure on some of our players who found themselves in some of the lower positions, but again, it is far from over as long as they can make up for it in these last few moments. This is that underdog factor, that comeback mechanic that I'm very excited to see a little bit of.
Yeah, but speaking of that, let's take a look at the current scores in Qualifier 1 after 2 races. Obviously, Sneaks with a perfect 30 points right now. You get 15 points for first place, so you don't know. But what's interesting is you got Heart Soul with 24, JJ with 107, and Cordier with 17. As actually tied with 13 with 17 as well. That's kind of funny, 13 with 17.
Yeah, they pairs very nicely together. Although I have to say, I'm feeling a little bit despondent as I did latch on to Daddy-O very initially, and it looks like he needs a little bit of help, the position he is in here. What are the over-under chances on him being able to swing this here?
I mean, it's not looking good so far, but you know, he has 2 more races. As long as you're hitting within 4th and 5th place, you're still going to get plenty of points.
All right, so it's far from over. Like I said, I look for the underdogs. This is a story I love to tell. I got a very cinematic sense of taste when it comes to my esports. And we already started with, this is going to surprise you, I know, but Sneaks is in first.
Yeah, Sneaks in first. And just a heads up for our viewers here, someone accidentally picked random, so we are going to play this track out, and that means our next track after will be Baby Park.
All right, we're going to be running through things then. A little bit of an unexpected X factor, perhaps, but like I said, expect the unexpected. Things keep it being kept nice and interesting here at the arena.
Yeah, and he got hit by that red shell right there. You got to keep your distance with these players. If someone's holding a shell behind them, you can't be close to them. They will slow down, or if you're, oddly enough, if you're doing better, you're going to run into him.
Doing some risky plays, as we can tell. But Batter Cookie here in second. He's going to take that cut as close as he can without going off of the track. Going to get hit, but he has a red shell on him now. Has a little bit of defense from behind.
And that's really frustrating that he got hit. As you can see, Sneaks is in first place, way ahead of the pack because second place got hit, which allows a front run. It's a great job with the bomb, right, by the way. That was a great defensive maneuver right there.
Look at the, a little bit to cut it too close. I was just about to say, look at the way he's grabbing that gutter there, but the mistake turns into an opportunity for second place to shoot ahead.
Well, it's about to get ugly right here. Blue Shell is on the way with 13 in fourth place, about to use that mushroom.
This is turning violent, everybody, and now we have a new first place position. Sneaks has been temporarily dethroned, but is that him sailing ahead? Hard to saw, now knocked back to third, and it is in fact Sneaks reclaiming his position in first.
Yeah, great job with the sound. Oh, okay, a lot of stuff just happened there. He had a bomb that's really rare to get, but the lightning took it away, so it's kind of like no good item for you.
It's just being punished brutally, but here we have JJ, the person we called down to keep a close eye on. Sailing ahead here, look at that poor machine. I can't honestly remember what those things are called.
It's like
those
the second
toys.
blue shell this race, and poor Sneaks had to take that one too. This is pretty tight.
My goodness, he is going to take the shortcut here, get a little bit extra distance. He's back in first. Batter Cookie very close at hand, though. Third and second are both hot on his heels right now.
Watch this. So he has the mushroom, so he's going to try to cut into first, but I'm not sure if it's enough.
Is it going to be just barely close up with the air horn? Keeps that first place position well in his hands. Sneaks looking not just in the lead, but dominant right now. Absolutely weaponized, weapons-grade skills. Absolutely phenomenal.
Let's take a step back here, because there's a lot of stuff that just happened. There's 2 blow shells that race. Sneaks gets 2 bombs and a sound horn in the same race. So it's like, here's all this bad luck and good luck, and he still pulls it off.
It's wild. He's rubber. You're glue kind of a thing. Like nothing sticks to this man. It's impossible. You keep throwing stuff at him, and he works through it. It's great to see in action. But he was far from the only highlight in that. There was a lot of interesting twists and turns, and as a result, we could tell a couple of people that can have those upper point totals and look very, very good as potential front runners. Potentially for this whole thing, certainly for the first qualifier.
Actually, 13 almost had that race. I was pretty certain he did. I didn't think Sneaks had that sound horn in his pocket. So I was like, I thought 13 was about to clutch it right in front of him, but not this time.
It was wild. It was wild. And we are only getting better. Things are already popping up on stages. I'm sure you can see and hear, but you are in for a treat. Once again, we have a couple more qualifiers ahead of ourselves. We have a long list of names to entertain, some of whom are people I've heard a lot of things about. Just talking to people around the arena, people are looking forward to some of the names we haven't even gotten a chance to see in action yet.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Bear coming up as well. He's one of the old-time classics. He's actually one of the founders of SNS. He's kind of like turned from founder to competitor, so I'm excited to see that guy.
I'm very excited myself. There's a couple of people here that I know a little bit about. You know, you hear the rumors, you see the streams. There's a couple of people that are going to be first-timers for me as well. So if you are out there looking for people to keep a close eye on and you are uncertain as to what you're going to see, don't worry. I am as well. But that's part of what makes it so thrilling, so interesting. Anybody can come out here and end up being one of the most talked about names in Mario Kart, given the right situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you're going to see Mario Kart, you're going to think there's a lot of luck involved in this game, and oddly enough, there's actually no luck in this game at all. You could think of it as like a game of blackjack. Your items are your cards, and you kind of use those cards against your opponent, and you kind of bluff to see who has the better set of cards, and if they don't have a better set of cards, they're getting hit.
And that is really, really well put. I feel like we see a lot of games nowadays, a lot more than we used to, that have mechanics that are not quite randomized, but that are, one could say, percentage-based, to make it seem a little bit more balanced, where you have games where you understand that mechanics not being the exact same all the time does not necessarily remove the skill-based aspect to it, that there's a certain degree of planning, a certain degree of understanding probability and chance and things like that, while also understanding how to use every tool at your disposal to get yourself into a more advantageous position.
Yeah, it's like RNG is being used more as just a creative way to change up the gameplay, but not as purely like RNG gods for luck to see who's going to win.
Right.
But before that, if you're curious why we haven't gotten in the next race yet, we were having we had our randomizer and someone accidentally picked Mount Wario, and the 1 out of 12 chance it hit Mount Wario.
This is very unfortunate. But we are getting through that, no worries, as we do have a quick view of what exactly was going on, in case you were wondering what that was, because you can all see the stage. And so you saw that moment, no doubt.
It happens. I mean, this is the largest esports arena in North America, minimum, and your nerves get to you. I remember the first time I competed up there, I was like all scared and like all clenched up and stuff. I mean, now I'm used to it, but it's difficult to get used to this kind of stage.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, we, again, welcome that, and there's only one way to get used to it, and that's to come through here, accept the fact these nerves things are going to happen, and eventually you're going to find yourself coming through, and it will be routine. My first time here, I wasn't even commentating. I just came through to look at the place, and it made me nervous. But I'm now very, very high, very excited whenever I come through, and tonight is certainly no exception. This has been great so far, and like I said, we are still just really getting a sample of how wild the night is going to get.
Yeah, but we're still waiting for our final race, which is Baby Park, where our player starts getting taken care of. But you know what? Hey, guys on stage, can you get this race going? I need some Baby Park here.
We're hungry, man. Come on, we're trying to eat. Let's get going.
I need some races here.
I'm starving, please. And I know the folks out there are very hyped for this as well, but don't worry. Like I said, we're getting everything taken care of in short order, giving a couple of things for try. But this gives us time to continue building up these players, because as many things have gotten wild so far, we are not getting into like the race 3, and that means that this is where the vice grip of time starts to come down, because they need these points, some of these competitors.
Yeah, well, what's even frustrating is they have to do it on Baby Park. So they know they're scored, they know they have done 3 races, and now it's like, I have no idea what place I'm going to get, and they're trying to like calculate in their head, am I going to make this?
Yes, and on like you said, Baby Park, it's a very, very cruel thing to do to these people. But again, this is a very well-contained map. I feel like it's a very neutral territory, even if it is known to be very frustrating. It seems like a good place for a sort of, not quite tiebreaker, but like a last chance qualifying opportunity like this.
It is good for a lot of players who aren't used to this competitive format, because there's more opportunities to succeed. But in the end, while a lot of players think that Baby Park is very luck dependent, very easy, or it's non-competitive, there's actually a lot of skill in Baby Park, because there's technically 14 no item shortcuts. So when you see those grass patches, you're able to hop over it and can keep your boost, and doing that 14 times continuously isn't easy at all.
Yeah, so keep this in mind. Once again, if anybody out there is, whether you are just casually enjoying Mario Kart with your friends, but you have that one person that gets a little bit too into it, and you're like, I'm going to mess this man up the next time we play. I'm so tired of him talking trash. This is the space to watch. It'll give you all the details you need to know to finally vanquish him. And who knows, maybe, again, maybe this will be you, one of these SNS nights on stage, looking to win some money and earn a few fans in the process.
Yeah, absolutely. Head over to HyperX Esports Arena on the internet or Google it. It's open for signups. You just go to smash.gg, sign up, and you're in. So, I mean, this is a great way to learn about Mario Kart, hang out with people, and it looks like the stage is almost being able to choose Baby Park.
Going through once again, I'm seeing some dismay. I'm seeing some disdain. Who knows? Is there a tragedy or comedy coming through?
So there's a 1 in 12 chance it's about to mess up again.
Is it about to do it? No, this time we managed to overpower RNG. Not today. We are going to Baby Park, and we are going to race number 3 for our first group of qualifiers.
Race 4, buddy. Race 4. This is it. It's been so long since we had a race, and we forgot what race it is.
Yeah, I mean, race 3.5. Let's go.
There we go. Sneaks in 3rd place right now. Watch him. He's going to drift out to the left a little bit and then cut in really hard.
There we go. And that twist getting knocked a bit. Sneaks now back down to 4th. It won't last long. Don't worry about it.
Well, he's trying to get an item. He knows that he's not going to be able to succeed without some kind of defense or offense. So you can see him, like, he's not going for those no item shortcuts. He needs something to watch his back.
No place coming through. Turn into 2nd. We do have Batter Cookie currently leading the pack, narrowly avoiding that banana, trying to hit the skip, and he's going to get knocked right as he tries to go for it. That is going to slow him down immensely, all the way back down to 7th. But believe it or not, that is still not the worst thing that can happen. Baby Park, he could be back in the 3rd like that.
Yeah, absolutely. There could be a blue shell. There could be a shock. Anything can happen. Road green shell. I mean, like random boomerangs. You just don't know what's going to happen.
The rubber banding in this map in particular is going to be absolutely buck wild. But we do have Jadetta currently in 1st. I can see a red shell hovering in the distance. He is in danger, but he's not knocked out of 1st quite yet.
I was going to say he was in a good spot, but he has no defense and looks like 2nd place is chasing him on his tail. He needs some kind of item to help him.
Vulnerable, in a lot of danger. He got the red shell. That's going to help him out, but he is going back down to 4th. Again, we are yo-yoing back and forth with these positions so quickly. It's honestly difficult to make any predictions until we get down to the very end. But Batter Cookie there in 1st. He's being caught up with, though. And was that 1st or 2nd?
No, that was 2nd place for Batter Cookie.
That was 2nd. He was so close to 1st at the last possible minute. That was a photo finish moment.
Yeah, I mean, it happens in Baby Park. It's only 7 laps.
God.
I mean,
ooh,
you also got to remember, like, the music starts getting faster, you get more tense, and people start panicking once we hit, like, lap 5. So, before we get to that, though, just a heads up, we need Fake and Big B. We need you up in the hype tunnel for Qualifier 2. We're still waiting for you, so please head up there ASAP so we could get started with you guys. But what a crazy Qualifier 1.
That was phenomenal to watch in action. I gotta say, playing it, can't stand it. Watching it, I love Baby Park. There's something very entertaining about just how absolute chaos it is. Because don't get me wrong, it's almost impossible to follow even in progress. Because it's so many things going back and forth. Like the minute I get to say what's going on, that's not what's going on anymore.
Well, I mean, how do you think I feel when I'm racing up there?
Worse.
It's just like constant
Far
stress.
worse.
It's like you're always checking your back. It's like, who's going to hit me? You going to hit me? Who's going to hit me?
Oh, God, but we do have some highlights to take a quick look at. So while we continue to pop off about how great Qualifier 1 was and how great Qualifier 2 is set to be, we can once again take a quick look at some of our favorite moments.
You can see that blue shell ruined that chance for 1st place right there. Sneaks hitting 1st place on that 2nd lap as well. And that 3rd race, just Sneaks like just getting that random mix of good items and bad blue shells, but still being able to pull it off right there, hitting off that super horn and keeping 2nd place off his back.
Looking very good. And here's Batter Cookie, who was robbed more than anybody in this last match that I saw at the very least. At that moment and then at the very end, it's just not just the worst treatment overall, and certainly not the worst placement, but the worst of moments. I feel like it was almost spiteful what the gang did to Batter Cookie in that match, but they managed to do very well despite it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be careful when you're cutting in Baby Park, because if someone decides to go on the inside and you decide to go for the cut, you're going to you're going to collide, so you just, when someone has an item, you're getting hit.
I would love to see the exact calculations on how many nanoseconds you have between when you look at somebody and when they could have something, since the last time you looked could have gained something that would ruin your day.
Yeah, I mean, like, when I'm racing in SNS, I'm constantly thinking, I'm even counting, like, 30 seconds in my head. Okay, shock just happened. There cannot be a shock for 30 seconds. So when these racers are out there, they're counting in their head. But speaking of that, let's take a look at the scores for Qualifier number 1.
It's time for us to see some numbers on the board, but of course, we also have to keep in mind that as wild as the scores of this have been, we still have a lot of qualifiers left to go. So do not get too far away, do not get too distracted. We still have a lot of stage setting just for the real brutal fight that's going to be later on once we get to semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely. But after the break, we're going to take a look at the scores for Qualifier 1 and get Qualifier 2 set up, and we'll see you guys shortly.
And welcome back, everybody. We are returning just in time for Qualifiers 2s for Saturday Night Speedway. It is time for us to get back into things and get to see some more fantastic racing. Are you ready for our next set of competitors who are going to be passing through to be selected?
I know, yeah, 1 qualifier done, 4 more to go. But let's talk a little bit about qualifier 1 as we do have the scores available. It's finalized. Let's take a look at this right here. Sneaks obviously taking the lead with 53 points, but Heart and Soul, that's someone we didn't see a lot of, but 46 points. That's really good for a qualifier.
That is phenomenal. Cody, you're not doing bad either at 36. Batter Cookie, despite the injustice he's done over the course of those matches, did manage to get through with 4th, and 13, 35, and 5th, not doing bad either.
Yeah, absolutely. You got following the rest of the pack here, JJ with 29, Jadeda 26, Fuzz 21, Rivera 18, Gondar 17, Dread Splash with 7, and I'm sorry, bud, your boy.
It's not that. You know what? You may not have won on the leaderboards, but you won in my heart for having a name like that. Congratulations.
Yeah, I like the name Daddy-O.
It's a clean name. This is what I'm saying. Everyone deserves a clean name. And you got to give him props for that. And you also got to give props just honestly for showing now. This is going to be far from a lot of people's first Saturday Night Speedway, and it's going to be far from a lot of people's last. You never know who's going to come through again. So listen, if anybody you are rooting for did not perform well today, did not have the best of days, it's one day among many. This is what number of Saturday Night Speedway is this after all?
This is 95,
This
man.
is 95. Far from the first, far from the last. So come around again. Hang out. This is a great space. We do this all the time, and trust me, we have seen a lot of highs and lows over the course of those 95 streams.
I mean, it happens. There's times I was knocked out of the qualifiers back in the day. It's rough. Sometimes you just got to pick it up and move forward.
Yeah, and moving forward is exactly what we are going to do. After all, there are some more veteran competitors in our next set of qualifiers, some more great names in the next set of qualifiers, and overall some high-tier talent. We have our next set of racers and matches getting selected as we speak. We're going to be taking a look at our next map, and very excited to see it, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, it's qualifier number 2. There's some great players here as well. For example, we got Geronimo. He's like a old school military kind of guy, but he's been with us since like the old days. I remember him like 2-3 years ago playing this.
That is going to be wild. We got a couple of, so you have Geronimo, we know that is a long-term. I heard some good things about Vanny as well, I believe.
Yeah, definitely. Vanny is definitely up and coming. He's been very involved with the Mario Kart community, as you can see, as well as our first race for qualifier 2 is going to be TikTok Clock.
Oh, that's the one. That's the one I mentioned where I said I like this map, and I did not get a good reception.
I don't like this map either, but...
Well, here we go again.
Well, we'll see you in the parking lot later. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, listen, I stand by what I said.
There we go. As you can see on the left side, all your players for qualifier number 2 as we're starting with TikTok Clock. And the thing about TikTok Clock is, for me, it's one of the more difficult tracks to front run, in my opinion. But if you do front run, you're gone. No one's touching you.
This is a very easy map to end up in a lead position in, and then that just never changes.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see Geronimo in second place. He has double banana, which is good. So, like, if he ever cuts up into first place, he doesn't have to. He has 2 defensive items.
Holding steady here, trying his best. You can see he is out on first place heels right now, in a pretty good position, as Vonnie is leading very well, but you can see not so well that he is guaranteed already. How close do you think we are to Vonnie being in that position where he's just not going to be able to fall back into second?
Well, watch this. So there's a blue shell coming up already. His second item was a sound horn, so that blue shell is newt. You don't worry about that one. So second place is still going to keep on following him. Nothing's going to change yet. As you see that blue shell, nothing happened.
Nothing, absolutely neutralized. The blessed moment that we all hope for, but very few of us get. Vonnie is sailing away at this moment. Still not entirely safe from danger, but certainly he's got a hefty lead. And look at first and second place. Look at their lead on third, and then look at third's lead on fourth.
I love how Jory threw that red shell trying to have some kind of hit, but the lightning shook up everything, which is kind of good for Jory because there's a single item box up next. So what's going to happen is first place Vonnie is probably going to get stuck with a coin. Jory might get a shell and be able to move up into first place.
Pushing up, we have third in not really close proximity at all now that I think about it. Poppy Tart in fourth. Not doing the best, but has my faith because they're playing King Boo, which is really all you need to do to put a smile on my face. But it's not all you need to do to actually come into the top 5, unfortunately, getting knocked back into 6th, and then it looks like further than that. Meanwhile, Vonnie continuing to live the high life in first.
I love how Vonnie and Jory are literally riding each other. Hey, Jory finally got the hit he needed, and he's moving up into first place. But once again, that single item. Oh, it's final lap. What the heck am I talking about?
Yeah, that is it. That is already it. Geronimo successfully holding through the entire game, waiting for that chance to strike and then getting it. It really was at the end there a match between Geronimo and Vonnie.
Yeah, and they were literally neck to neck the entire race. And I love how he threw that shell that last second on that turn, and he was able to take first place.
A beautiful finish. And if anybody was upset about one of I didn't even say my favorite. I just thought I liked the map and I got angry for it. But if you feel similarly negatively about literally everyone but me, do not worry. Like we've been mentioning, this is points-based. It's going to be over the course of 3 matches. And that means that there are going to be plenty of opportunities for our players to make up the points that they may have not gotten in this game in some of our other 2.
Yeah, and just to make you feel a little bit better, my favorite track is Nintendo 64 Rainbow Road. So I get a tons of flack already. Yeah.
Now, you see, that doesn't make me angry with you. That makes me respect you. If your favorite course is Rainbow Road, you have to be on another level.
Well, the reason I like that track is because there's not a lot of items. So when you hit someone, they're not catching up.
It's just over for them.
Yeah,
so it's worse than that one.
Yeah, so I pick the person I don't like. I'll be like, oh, I'm hitting you.
It's just over for them. But we are going back to Baby Park already. Everyone's favorite. Aren't you happy?
Hey, I mean, it's our second time today we're doing some Baby Park, so, this is the best course, right? We all like this track.
Yeah, this is a whole day full of unpopular opinions, but not at all unpopular is to say that I'm having a blast so far, so I am very hyped to see things go down. Whether it be Baby Park or anything else, Vonnie here looking for some revenge, once again in first place, but as we know from the last couple of games here, that's not going to be, you're not going to get revenge for very long. You're not going to be holding on to that first for more than a few seconds at a time, it feels like. Poppy Tart in third here, has the air horn, has the mushroom in the back.
I'm keeping my eye on Poppy Tart. It's getting great items. It's keeping up with those top 3 places. It's really good, but Blue Shell on its way.
Coming through in first, we have Heidi Spears, but that's changing. Daisy getting rocked there, but manages to get the shortcut, curving through and get the shortcut and then immediately end up in like 6th. But Poppy Tart now in first.
And was able to use that mushroom to get up in first place as well. We gotta be careful, hit the star, but still 2 laps to go.
2 grueling, arduous laps full of God knows what. Absolute chaos here with Geronimo managing to push ahead into first yet again. He may be holding on to it long term, but he will come back time and time again. And he manages to sail through in first all the way to the last few moments. He does claim victory. Baby Park matches go by so fast, man. It is wild.
I love how he just kind of like points at the camera like, of course I got that. What do you think?
It's like, did not that's called shot point. That is pointing to the outfield saying this one's gone. And we have some racers on deck, so we are very excited to be sailing ahead further on. We have our rankings thus far.
So to get ready for Qualifier 3, we need these racers to head up to the Hype Tunnel on the 2nd floor. We need Deco, SGT Kazoo, funny name, LVZ Kiro, Karma, Milan, Mario Party King, Grumpy, Toad, Mustard Kid, Shatterproof, and Bushido BDNB.
Which is a phenomenal list of names. I am very much so looking forward to getting introduced to some of these fine competitors, some of whom, of course, you're going to be familiar with, people that we have gotten a chance to say hello to a couple of times thus far. But again, if this is your first time here, allow me to assure you that you are in safe hands because we have a great game coming up with these competitors.
I mean, we've been doing this for 95 episodes. Like, these competitors are super solid, and they're one of the nicest communities you ever will play with.
Absolutely. If there's one thing I can say, having been in a lot of esports communities, knowing a lot of people and keeping a close eye on games and trying to do my part to help things be as wholesome as possible, I have to say I've always been very positively impressed with how clean and how supportive the Mario Kart community has been here at HyperX.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're in Royal Raceway, this is once again a bagger's track, so people in the back have a better chance. I also think that first place can run away with this one as well. I like keeping an eye on Poppy Tart. I don't remember seeing Poppy Tart before, but she's been keeping up with the pack this whole time.
Putting up some pretty phenomenal numbers. Hey, if you don't know the name, you'll recognize the numbers and you'll remember for next time. Or just for our latter portions of the tournament later on tonight. Right now, we have Heidi Sprite in 4th, going for a very daring shortcut there and catching a little bit of difficulty right at the end, but You cleared quite a good bit of distance there. Geronimo still leading the pack in first and by a nice, healthy margin as well.
Well, even better, he has that bomb, and second place has no red shell to trail him, so first place is going to be safe for a while, even with a blue shell that's going to hit him. So those in second place, like Joey, he's waiting for lightning.
Right now, it looks like second place is really just trying to stay alive here, but there's nothing to defend Geronimo from this blue shell, so he is going to get hit. That is going to take the entirety of his lead away, and he now finds himself in second.
Our boy Sports Joey, he's been starting a hashtag, Sports Joey for finals. He's been begging for finals for the longest time, and here he is in first place, one lap away from being able to take that.
Sailing ahead, Sports Joey is getting his due. This is the third lap, but will he be able to maintain his position all the way through? At the very least, take it back from Vonnie, who was just sailed in the first.
I like how Vonnie stayed on the inside. I also like how Joey realized, hey, there's two bananas. Let me step a little bit to the right and let him move forward a little bit.
I do believe I just saw Joey get hit with a red shell behind Vonnie there, but he is still in close proximity. Third place is pushing up on him fast. What are they going to be getting? Get the Mushroom Trio with the green shell in the back for this final offensive. The clock is ticking. Doesn't have a lot of time to try and push this lead back. We're coming up on the final stretch to the finish line.
Well, Vonnie has 2 items, so he's not worried about anyone hitting him, but second place had those triple mushrooms, but I'm not sure if that's enough to catch up.
It doesn't look like, as we are sailing over the finish line as we speak, Vonnie is absolutely going to hold on to that first place position and scoop up all of those points.
I love he's all like, sup?
Yeah, I got first place. What of it?
He's like, what do you expect?
Yeah, it's me, and I hope you were expecting that. I hope you made some good predictions because he is coming through, and clearly he's going to have a strong presence here. That is really all he needs at this point to have a very well-assured top-ranking spot. Well, his qualifier overall.
Yeah, well, hitting first place is worth 15 points. It actually gives you a bonus 5 points compared to the rest of the scale that goes down from 15, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, getting that first place allows you to actually make a couple mistakes as well. But just noting the averages, he just needs to hit like even 7th or 8th place, and he's fine.
Well, he's all good here, but that also means, correct me if I'm wrong, that even if you are doing poorly in the first couple of races, if you can get a really solid final race, which could be possible for any of our competitors here, you can make up for a very rough start.
Yeah, absolutely. You can average 6th place through every race and still have a chance to move on.
So we will wait and see in case you are keeping an eye out and some of your favorite competitors have not claimed a first or maybe even claimed a 5th place spot so far. You never know what's going to happen in this last match, but I'm sure that Vonnie is not going to get any worse at the game. So we are going to be having to see people, again, utilize that underdog factor and push ahead. Vonnie's going to be starting things off very strong, holding on to first, it looks like.
Yeah, Sports Joey. Well, Sports Joey has a mushroom. He can't really do much with that. He could try to take this this cut to this right. I'm not sure if he's going to do it. Moving on, though, we got first place here. No items? Yeah, no items, but a double item box is right up ahead, so he has nothing to worry about.
All good for the time being, but there's a lot of chaos. You can see that the races are pretty densely packed here, so nobody has a lead long enough that they shouldn't be concerned about their competitors coming up from behind. What we do have in third place here is sailing through.
Yeah, we got Sprite with double mushroom, but he can't. She can't use it because there's too much. I mean, there's a red shell there, so it's like you're kind of stuck waiting.
And through, just waiting for the ideal item opportunity, but they are going to be crossing over into second place. She's got some good momentum behind her. Vonnie, meanwhile, in fourth, is looking to do some damage as well. Got that defense behind him with the red shell. Another red shell coming up. I can see he is going to be using that skip. The shortcut puts him into a very solid position. Still not quite into the next spot. We see first is unchallenged as well.
Yeah, the first place is so far ahead, and these cuts are so major. As long as you keep on taking them, no one's going to touch you.
Absolutely golden so far. Look at the gap between first and second right now. You can see on the track.
Yeah, Joey. Well, Joey does have a red shell. It's on. Ooh, it doesn't look close, but being able to dodge that bomb as well. Still second place. Oh wait, second place has 3 red shells right now. Keep an eye on that.
Oh my God, we are sailing ahead now. You see in second, Vonnie utilizing those red shells. You can see some damage is being done.
Ooh, but blue shell added on as well. Keep an eye on what's going to happen right here.
Oh, that is going to be it. Knocked back all the way into third. Ninja Buddy taking a big hit there. Oh, and another hit right after the cruelty. Even with these skips, even when we were just talking about how far ahead people in the higher places were getting, all the way back into, I think that's at least 5th.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to worry about those blue shells. And when someone gets 3 red shells, you're going to get hit.
Look at the intensity. That is the face of a winner. the power in those eyes. Vani, to no one's surprise, continuing to crush it. So are we getting a sneak preview of, at the very least, the semifinals, maybe even the top 6 happening right here?
Yeah, I mean, Vani is obviously one of our finalists, so he's definitely more than likely than moving on. But on the flip side, we are still getting ready for qualifier number 3. So, Deku, SGK Kazoo, Funny Name, Kiro, Karma, Milan, Mario Party King, Grumpy, Toad, Mustard Kid, Shatterproof, and Bushido. Please head up to the Hype Tunnel, and we will get you guys started very shortly.
Very excited to see these names going at it. Very excited. Out of this group, now, once again, I'll ask, is there anybody, I'll ask you in a little bit, because we do have some highlights to take a quick look at. We do want to reflect on the game we've just been through, and trust me, there are some highlights, real worthy moments in these qualifiers.
Yeah, we're in TikTok clock here. Is Geronimo and them were neck and neck, and that final shell was able to knock him back, and Jory was able to take first place right there. And, you know, Jory and Vani are one of their best competitors here in SNS. They've been doing it for a long amount of times, and they've been playing this game for years, so they definitely know what's coming up with that. And I love it. Oh, he actually did a little wink. That's adorable. And if you're wondering about right here, that blue shell, I think it's pretty genius that he was able to pull on the grass and wait for the zip pad. So he's like, I'm going to get hit. What's the next best thing I could do? And to be able to, like, I guess, interpret that during the mid-race was really cool.
That is, again, tactical thinking and map awareness. That kind of a thing that comes into practically any game, I feel like. There are so many various esports where really understanding your terrain and really understanding your territory becomes so pivotal. That's kind of a bridging factor between communities.
Yeah, so like for competitive Mario Kart, your map awareness is like who's behind you, who's in front of you, with what items. But another thing you have to keep track of is the mini-map, because that's how you can tell who has a star, who used a boo, or if there's a little blue shell coming up to you, and you're like, oh, what am I supposed to do?
Oh, God. And again, thinking of on-the-play strategies like that. But I'm also very excited to take a look at some of these scores, because we get an opportunity to see how people are doing in Qualifier 2. I know I wanted to see how Poppy Tart was doing. We know Geronimo is in the lead up here at first. We know Vani was going to be doing well as well. Ninja Buddy coming in third at 36, and Poppy Tart, who I was really curious to see how they were going to be looking by now, based on the performance in TikTok Clock, in fourth with 30, not bad at all.
That's really good, to be honest. And I don't know much about Poppy Tart, so I'm like looking to see her in semifinals, so I could kind of like interpret their race style, see what they're doing and what kind of skill level they're at here at SNS.
We also, of course, have Heidi Sprite in 6th. I skipped over Sports Joey. How could I in 5th? But both of them looking very good. Again, names we talked a lot about. Sudmuffin here in 7th. We have Big B 8. We have Lol Happy in 9. Giovanni in 10. Do Magic in 11th. And an empty void for 12.
Well, I mean, you know, when you get hit by a blue shell, what it leaves in your heart is just an empty shell.
Yeah, it's a deep tragedy. But we have a lot of strong successes and things to celebrate, to be happy about as we move ahead. Again, keep those numbers in mind, keep those relative positions in mind as we get ready to move into our next race, because there is still a lot of opportunity for things to get very, very interesting. We understand at this point basically some people that are going to be guaranteed. We know some people that are going through. Unless they put the controller down next race, they're going to be moving on.
Yeah.
But there's going to be some others that we want to see. Are they going to be able to make that extra push? They need this race.
It really depends on the racetrack that they're going to get. Because if you start getting on the harder right side, obviously Vani and Geronimo are going to take it. But if you get more of the easier tracks, you don't know what's going to happen.
Who knows? It could be very, very interesting. We are going to have a very, very quick break, I believe, that we're going to be cutting to, so do not go too far. But feel free to get yourself a refresher on the drink. We will be right back as we progress through Qualifier 2. Welcome back, welcome back. We are getting right back into things once again. We have our qualifiers well underway. It is time to get back into Mario Kart and to say hello, not only to them, but to our sponsor, if that is correct.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout outs to Vinley Volkswagen for taking care of SNS, and they've been with us for so long. I appreciate them being able to be with us here at Saturday Night Speedway.
Gotta say thank you to anybody helping making this show happen, which includes all of you out there in the audience supporting everybody, supporting our competitors, and supporting HyperX. Thank you all for coming through, and your reward is, of course, going to be more fantastic Mario Kart. We still have Qualifier 2 underway. We still have some very interesting things to get into as a result.
Well, actually, Qualifier 3 is about to go underway.
We're about to get started.
So we're almost halfway there through round 1, the qualifiers, and we still have a really great set of competitors here to take on our third qualifier.
That's right. We got some names that we were just getting a chance to discuss, getting a chance to take a quick look at. I am very excited for a couple of people out of the roster as well. We got Funny Name coming through, if you are familiar. We have somebody called Mario Party King, and I just respect the confidence in that name. Anybody else you're particularly wanting to keep an eye on?
You know, I keep an eye on Mario Party King because he is someone who has never had the opportunity to win SNS, but he's always trying to make strides. He has his own team now. It's called Storm Rush Gaming, and he's been using this team to help coach other players to become one of the best players here on SNS.
That's fantastic. Giving back to the community. And as they say, one of the best ways to learn is to teach. I really think that even if you are finding yourself in a position where you're not the absolute authority on a subject matter, if you're in the community enough to really know a lot of people, to know your own strategies, to have started getting your own critiques and things like that, you have a lot to offer. And that sharing of wisdom and understanding is how you produce higher tier people overall.
Yeah, and you know, it's all about experience. I mean, Mario Party King has been with us for so long. He knows so much. If you just talk to him, he's one of our nicest players here. He'll gladly take care of you and show you the ropes here on Saturday Night Speedway.
That is great to hear, and is of course great to watch in action because we have some very intense competition about to go through. There is going to be another set of qualifiers, which means another set of races, which means once again we get to see who's going to be starting off on a good foot, who's going to need the opportunity to push ahead by the end. I'm just so excited to see the narratives get started once we start really writing those stories.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the fun parts about qualifiers is you don't have to do the best. You can still hit that 35 points, and then once you hit semifinals and finals, start really popping off. You can see a lot of our players, some of the more well-known players, kind of take it back, kick it off a little bit, and then wait to the semifinals before they really start digging in.
Yeah, it's a thing of stamina. You don't want to use up all your power, all that potential right in the beginning. You want to be able to say, all right, this is where I'm really going to tune in, really, really get focused. It's surprising, I feel, to a lot of people that maybe don't play esports on as competitive a level or don't know a lot about esports in general, just how mentally taxing it can be to sort of operate at 100% the entire time, and how you can still do it well enough that you know you're going to be able to perform, you're going to be able to make it through qualifiers and things like that, even if you are not operating at like literally max focus.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually really tiring. You're doing hundreds and hundreds of commands playing Mario Kart even on one lap, just from every little fine-tuned adjustment, soft drifting. But we're going into race number 1 here on qualifier number 3, which is actually one of my least favorites. It's Cheeseland.
One of the least favorite, unpopular with at least one half of the commentators here, but hopefully not too unpopular with our races as they get started. One way or another, there's going to be plenty of opportunity. Well, less opportunities for some than for others. Donkey Kong not off to the greatest start in the entire world, but this is just the beginning of the match.
Well, I mean, take everything you know and just throw it out the window, because the only thing that matters here is the second to third lap and the lightning that strikes.
Really, that's all that matters.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is all just games we're playing.
So take a look at Grumpy right here. What you're going to see once he takes this left turn is you're going to see this huge ramp on the right side. You can kind of see it off in the distance. There's 2 of them. You could literally cut ahead so far when you're like just 2 mushrooms. That's all you need.
Those gigantic jumps are really on the make or break factor here. Funny Name currently in first place. I guess that means he's going to have to take advantage of that at every given opportunity. Or Kiro coming up in second is absolutely going to be able to take that away from him. But he's having some troubles of his own there.
Yeah, I mean, Kiro shouldn't be getting hit in a blue shell in the middle of the road. He knows better than that. That's obviously a mistake.
Rough stuff here for Sergeant Kazoo as well, but not going to stop him from pushing further ahead. Once again, Funny Name still in first, taking advantage of these big jumps, and so far doesn't look like making any difficult mistakes.
It's interesting that Funny Name's actually taking the front-running approach to this map, where most people don't even want to be near the front at all just because of the chaotic shock at the end of the race. But we got a triple red shell in third place right now that's going to prevent fourth place from moving forward. But Kiro can really control who's moving in front of him.
Solid work here. Again, he's in fifth, but he is also has a lot of control, as you can see, over trying to make that pushback attempt. We can see the first here is ahead by a good bit. That is a strong lead, but like my co-host has said, Sir Nine has already let us know that is not going to be the most dominable lead. There we are. Here it's happening. Oh God, it's happening.
So you saw that the shock is in play. So first place cannot use those jumps anymore, but second place also missed this item box as well. So first place is free.
It's just wide open. Who knows what they're going to go through here? Funny Name is not going to go down without a fight by any means, though. It's going to leave the track. Oh.
It's called having fun, bud.
Yeah. I didn't realize that was a pop-up at first. I said, what's happening? Is this a strat? Is there something I'm not aware of? It's like, no, just messing with us and me.
It's the honor of being in first place. Especially when you have a green shell in first place. You're like, I'm just going to sit here, wait for second place. Do I see him? Nope.
It's like the tortoise and the hare if you took entirely the wrong message away from that story. Oh, God, but we are going to be pushing on ahead. Our qualifiers are underway still. This is a great group, as you can tell. Qualifier 3 is going to be just as entertaining as the first two. God help us all. Who knows what's going to be coming through next.
And I feel bad for Qualifier 3. They had a rough first race having to do Cheeseland, and hopefully they don't get no baby parks or any kind of Moo Moo Meadows or any of those tracks. It always sucks when your first track is something as difficult as that. It's
a rough start. That means it can only improve, right? I mean, how many tracks could be worse than that? If you started off on that track, what would be the one thing that could come after that make you say, oh, and now this is worse?
Getting last place.
So there's really no bad points aside from absolutely losing. But who knows? If we have our selection going through as we speak, we get to see whether or not we're going to be getting a superior track. Is it going to be something absolutely wild?
Well, we got Sunshine Airport. It's a very classic meta map, and no player is really angry about that one. But they're not happy either. It's a very simple map. There's nothing wrong with it, but there's nothing advantageous about it for a player.
Yeah, very, very straightforward, so it won't be too wild, which makes it a very interesting platform, a very good observational stage for us to take a look at these competitors, see what they're about, and get a sense of their capabilities and strengths without the abject chaos of things like that last one.
Yeah, and you can see Funny Name right now. One of the fun things about watching Funny Name is just how meticulous he is on every single turn, every single jump. He knows this course inside and out in this whole game. Grumpy is in third place right now, going for a single item box, taking the upper path. Mario Party King decided to go for the double box on the lower path.
The drift, Mario Party King is in a very, very close second right now. Funny Name in an equally close third. This is going to be a fight for first between three competitors right now. Hugging that curve as tight as possible.
Props to Funny Name. Normally you don't want to get that close to the competitors. He took that really deep inside.
Hard risk, but big reward as a result. Sergeant Kazoo here in fifth is going to take that cut. It will make it through the treacherous boxes. Meanwhile, up in third place, we see, dodging that green shell by a hair.
That green shell was chasing him the entire time.
So close.
Throwing the bomb back, that's a tactic called banking, where you just it's not worth trying to get more placements. It's better to keep everyone off your back.
Just making sure that you're clean. And again, taking a look at some of the gaps we can see on the minimap between our competitors, it seems like a reasonable strategy to go for. He's got a lot of clearance from the people behind him, and up ahead are not too far away.
Well, that shock didn't do much for first place. It looked like he was able to keep that item box when the shock happened. So first place still has at least a single defensive item.
Not at all undefended, but we do see he is stopped there as he tuned back in. We are now on to our third lap, meaning Funny Name has to defend this position for one more run of things. But he's absolutely being hunted. You can see how close Mario Party King is still behind. Comes in ahead in the first. What happened there?
No, that's interesting. So what happened was first place Funny Name had no defensive item, and Mario Party King has the shell. So he's like, go ahead. I don't want to get hit.
Interesting play. It worked out for him, clearly. Is that going to change again before we can get to the end? There's still a lot of racetrack left between them and the finish line. It is do or die now.
This is going to be really close. Oh, blue shell's coming in, so probably Mario Party King ain't going to be... Oh, he dodged. That's great.
Dodge, did he intentionally use the Lakido? That's the dodge. But it looks like Funny Name is going to be able to sail through into first, using that boomerang right at the end, help further secure that lead and taking it casual right immediately to Twitter.
Yeah, absolutely. I love how he's going to @HyperX Arena and just typing in, hey, I did great on this race.
It just immediately, like the minute he gets off of a race, just at type of race, just types nothing to me. It goes on into the next round of qualifiers.
Yeah, but speaking of next round of qualifiers, we actually have we need our next set of racers for qualifier number 4 with Cheeto, Sinester, Immortal Man, NQ, Orty, Free Dizzle, Morzilla, Squishy, Jabeezy, The Impossible Kim, Master Link, and Mitsu. We need you up at the hype tunnel, and we'll get you guys ready very shortly.
If you have been hyped for these past set of competitors, then please be hyped for our next one as well. Like you said, we have 5 total groups of qualifiers over the course of the day before we really get into the meat of things. People are still getting their spots earned in our next set of fantastic matches. So the people that you've gotten to see do fantastically beforehand, they're going to be coming back as they race towards our top 6.
You can see the roulette going on right now for our next race, and we're going back to Yoshi's Circuit, a very heavy bagging track.
And one I'm a big fan of, honestly. Yoshi's Circuit is one that I go back to a lot. I feel like it is a very classic feeling Mario Kart map. Like if I were gonna design a Mario Kart map myself, I feel like this is what it would look like.
Well, I mean, since we have you here on the desk, what was your first Mario Kart game?
Ooh, my first Mario Kart game. I believe it was Mario. I believe it was 4. 4.
That's a new one.
Yeah,
that's new to me.
Here's the wild thing. I didn't play Mario Kart a lot as a kid.
Oh, you didn't?
I
Okay.
did not. Mario Kart is one of those things that I saw. I definitely played here and there, but that is definitely the first one that I owned and played a lot of and attempted to get good at. The one that I played the most, though, that I've got a lot in, is Double Dash.
Double Dash. That's why you like this track, 'cause this is a Double Dash
It's
track.
absolute. I love Double Dash a lot.
So we're going to try to figure out what this Mario Kart 4 is throughout the rest. But SGT Kazoo heading up 5th place with Fire Flower, and we also have first place here, and 3rd place right now. Shock, but able to take that mushroom to kind of recoup some of the lost speed.
A difficult situation. There's nothing I hate more in this entire game than the Lightning Bolt. Nothing aggravates me more. I'd rather get with the Blue Shell, to be honest.
I agree. The lightning sucks. You can't do anything about it. It just hits you.
Yeah, feeling like autonomy is taken away from you is really the worst feeling. But Kiro is doing absolutely fine here in 3rd. Coming up on Mario Party King, who is sailing ahead in 1st, but is absolutely not so far away. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd are hot on his heels right now, especially 2nd.
Yeah, and I don't like how Mario Party King didn't cut through the grass right there, which gives Funny Name more time to catch up. And with a red shell, he's going to change. Oh, double red shell and a blue shell. Nothing's touching Funny Name for a while.
Mario Party King slow in there a bit, but he is still going to hit with that blue shell. He's going to have to make it up from 3rd as a result. 4th, hot on his heels right now, but Grumpy managing to make it into 2nd. Going to hit the twist best he can. He's got 2 green shells and the mushroom. He's in a pretty good spot as far as I can see.
Yeah, it kind of sucks for Grumpy. He can't cut in front of Funny Name. He's got 2 red shells. Anyone who tries to pass him up, they're stuck. The only way they're going to get rid of this is either hitting a couple of his items or that lightning. But I think a lightning is already hit, so players are counting down in their head that 30 seconds I was talking to you before.
Keeping a close mental track on all of these fastest things that I could not do, by the way. I have tried. I have heard these numbers. I cannot keep that going while playing Mario Kart by any means. But Funny Name, as you can tell, has the skills that I do not, and the skills that earn him a first place position in that race.
I love how Funny Name, he kind of like peeks at his eye to the right side when he saw that lightning strike after he crossed the finish line. He's like, ooh, don't have to deal with that one.
That's your problem now. But we have a great set of games already behind us and a great set still to come. This has been wild so far. I feel like we're getting a lot of interesting positions for our competitors, but time and time again, we see people start off on a really good foot, and we really do not see them dip very, very far, which is, again, in case any of you are unfamiliar with the skill-based degree that Mario Kart has played with, any of you are shocked to see how much fine-tuning you can do in this game. Let this be evidence.
It's amazing how deep this game goes. You would think that it's just like a really easy game, low skill ceiling. But once you start playing with these players, go ahead, come to HyperX, and you're going to learn really quick that it gets really, really hard to be up with some of our best players.
Which is, by the way, I feel like Nintendo polish, I feel like is the reason for that. Nintendo will put the utmost level of detail and fine-tuning into literally every facet of their games, the mechanics, the look, the feel, sort of just the tone of everything. They are very, very meticulous about that kind of a thing, and it allows for you to get games that are very easy to access. Anybody can pick up Mario Kart, but very, very high ceiling for skill.
I love their philosophy of easy to learn, hard to master. And I think that you can apply that to almost any Nintendo game. But Funny Name, getting hit on first item box. It always sucks to get hit on first item box because you can't do anything about it. It's someone blatantly wanting to hit you.
At the same time, though, it does mean he has plenty of time to deal with it later on as the game gets going. He has proven himself absolutely time and time again by this point. So we have no worries about Funny Name's capabilities to make a comeback happen here. But this does present some opportunity for some of our other competitors potentially who can use this as a chance to get started, really get off on the right foot. Mario Party King, for example, is ahead in first by a pretty good stretch, it looks like.
I like he was bobbing to the music right there, just knowing that he's in first place. But Grumpy, double red shell, he knows that first place doesn't have anything now.
Vibing to music while playing is absolutely me, and like literally anything. If your game has good music, I'll probably play it honestly just for that. But this also has, oh my God. That was a wild skip.
That was a really clean cut. I mean, he messed up a little bit at the end, but it's enough to still shave time, so it was worth it.
It didn't quite stick the landing, but he was on his feet. He's still in second, still doing really good. Got a lot of play off of that, but speaking of people getting a lot of play right now, Grumpy in first, gonna get hit though.
With that double red shell though.
Oh no, oh, that's hurtful. That was targeted. That hurts so bad to watch in action, but
I feel bad.
Sergeant Kazoo's going to feel pretty good about it.
I feel bad for Grumpy because he purposely waited for the first red shell, but he still didn't wait long enough for the second one.
It was rough. You can only account for so many things all happening at the same time. It is wild how we just talked about the fine-tuning, the things you can calculate, but at the same time, it's a lot of calculations. All of it is very, very intricate. But the brain can only do so much at once while also driving a cart with the turtle on it.
Yeah, well, take a listen to this because lightning just struck, so I don't think there's going to be any more lightnings for the rest of this race. There's still 2 item boxes left, and on the final cut, there's a huge shortcut for anyone who has mushrooms. So you got to keep an eye on that with first and second place.
Keep your eyes peeled to see what this last run up to the final finish line pass is going to look like. See the red shell going out there. Kirio manages to get the hit, and the blue shell right after that. Funny Name is really devastated here. Sent back in the fourth. Can he do this?
Wait, Karma has a bomb, but unable to connect.
Not able to quite to get it. Karma is going to take second, though. Not bad at all. That was a wild cut right at the very end.
Those bombs are so hard to nail on those players. Like, I'm not sure if you saw, Karma was doing a pretty advanced technique, trying to bounce it off the kind of like a basketball shot, hit the backboard and land in front of first place.
Trying to ricochet that off of that. No way on God's green earth would I have been able to nail that in a million years. But for them, it almost happened.
Yeah, but Kiro taking first place. I know he's really happy with that. And Kiro, another one of those players, he has made finals so many times, over like at least 50 times making it to grand finals, but cannot seal the deal and get that first place.
I mean, maybe this will be it, though. Maybe we'll see Akira persevere and come through. But for the time being, let's take a quick look at our highlights and see if there's anything else we can reflect on to add to that information bank we got going on, or just to laugh at. Honestly, that was hilarious.
Yeah, and you're going to see a lot more of that showboating in our semifinals and the finals because, a lot of our players love to appreciate being in first place and taking a break and rubbing it in.
It really is again, all in good spirits, all in good fun. I have been in a lot of communities where everyone loves a good pop-off, but we can also appreciate the pop-off here, even if you're on the losing end of things, which is always good to see. God, that spiteful boomerang.
I didn't even see that. So, Mario Party King dodges the blue shell and then gets hit with a boomerang after that.
That was unfair. Is it still cyberbullying if the person is next to you and you can turn around and look at them and...
Yeah.
But we are going further ahead and taking once again a look at Kiro's clean cut there, the jump ahead. And that mid-air hit, that one still sticks with me the worst.
I see Grumpy hanging out with the top leaderboards, or the top of the pack, but he's just unable to manage his items or the items that his opponents has to be able to stay up with the pack.
And you see the pop-up there again. Well earned. The fury, the passion, the power. That is Mario Kart. That is here at HyperX. We are all very hyped for it, especially me. This has been great to watch. I feel like it has been so long since I got to come through for SNS, and so I am very, very happy. I truly feel like I'm being welcomed back by these performances. It's great to see, man.
I mean, did you see that dab by Kiro? That was like a whiplash.
There was force in that. That was a technique.
Like if he had long hair, it would have been...
Oh, my goodness. But we do have, once again, scores to take a look at, an opportunity to see how folks are doing here. We have Funny Name in a big lead, and I hear some approval coming through in the arena tonight. We have Kiro in second, Toad put in third, Karma fourth, Grumpy fifth, Mario Party King doing so well in that last game in sixth here. That is a great top six already.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can even see the later half of the pack, even with Milan, Deku, and Mustard King. They weren't just stuck in the back of the pack. They were still trying to fight for placement points.
And as you see, they're pushing their numbers as high as they possibly can. Once again, right from the beginning to the end, you've got to keep in mind that you have these opportunities to make a comeback here, even if things are starting off on a bit of a difficult foot. You have plenty of opportunities to get those numbers up and play that underdog position. It can absolutely happen.
Yeah, absolutely. But before we get to qualifier number 4, guess what? We're going to take a quick break, sponsored by Bentley Volkswagen.
All right, welcome back, welcome back. We return with even more Mario Kart and another fantastic set of competitors ready to go head-to-head and try to earn that qualifier spot. So 9, what do we have on deck?
Yeah, so we got a whole set of competitors. You can call me 9?
Sets or 9?
I like that.
Hey, either way.
Call me 9. I'll go with that. Yeah, we have a whole set of competitors here for qualifier 4. Some of them, like one of our well-known players, like Freedizzle and Morzilla. It's going to be some tight fights, and you can hear the audience popping off for one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see some names that are going to be already popular in the house, but if not, don't worry, because maybe you'll become popular. We have seen people really kick off. There's people that, of course, again, this is 95. This can't be the first time that somebody has walked into the building with nobody really understanding, nobody really appreciating the greatness, and then a couple of Saturday Night Speedways later, everybody's talking about them.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great way to get your name out. And even if, let's say you don't even play Mario Kart, there's a streaming center in the front at HyperX Esports Arena where you could actually set up your own little stream session and work on getting up your viewers and your audience.
This could absolutely be it. And taking a look at our on-deck races for Qualifier 4, there are some very interesting names that I'm very excited to take a look at sometime soon. Immortal Man stands out to me. Once again, that is a high caliber tag. I gotta say, very impressed. But of course, we are also seeing a lot of other players that I'm sure a lot of folks are gonna be familiar with. Some are gonna be recurring figures here at SNS. How do you feel about some of these competitors about to hit the stage for us?
You know, I'm a little biased here, but the reason I like Immortal Man so much is I remember when I was casting a couple of years ago, I would be in the booth and I would see Immortal for his first time. He was like, his eyes all wide, like first time being in the HyperX Esports Arena. He's like, oh. So I remember seeing that in the corner of my eyes. I was just like, hey.
I mean, you should have seen me the first time walking in here then, because it was a very similar reaction. I still do that a little bit just coming through. Certainly today, because it's been so long since I got to be here with all these fine people filling out the room here to watch the games and the proceedings. It's really just a wave of energy.
Oh, yeah, and especially with the food here at HyperX Esports Arena, you can literally just have a meal, have a good time, have a drink, and you know, it's almost like the Super Bowl. I'm not sure to say that. It's almost like the big game every day.
Please don't talk about food. I'm always so hungry when I come here. That's the other thing. Yesterday, I was here another day, very, very recently, and hadn't eaten for a long period of time. So it was torture knowing that just mere feet in that direction was good food, because I had eaten here before. It's good. Folks, this is not a plug. It's just good, I promise you. So it was torture. Today, I ate before I came, and I'm still already hungry.
And if there's one thing to get on the menu, mozzarella sticks and jalapeno ranch. Do it right now. That stuff, I get it every time I come here.
Hurry, please. There's still time before the game gets started. Please, hurry, as quickly as you can. Put the order in. We are going to be going through with our next course getting selected in just a few moments, which means it is about time for us to get started and see.
I mean, obviously, I expect Immortal Man to be on the top as well as Freedizzle. Morzilla's up there. He wants to win one of our SNSs, but will it happen?
Yeah, we got the pop-ups coming through. That support coming in from the audience. We love to hear it. Make it loud for them. You will be pushing them ahead into potentially a first-place position. I am very hyped to see how this pays off. And it also, again, every time, it makes me feel good to see people come out supporting our competitors here, coming out just voicing some support. It is great to see. Whether you are here in the arena with us or whether you are in the chat, I support you giving us that support.
Yeah, I love how everyone pops off here. Whether you're a competitor or family or friends, everyone's cheering for each other here. But Sherbertland, race number 1, qualifier number 4. We still got a long ways to go today.
Sherbertland. Now it's my time to be mad at a map. I'm so glad I finally get the opportunity to voice my displeasure. It looks gorgeous, don't get me wrong, but I have never had a good game on this course.
You're not the only one. No one likes this map. It's so difficult. It's ice cap. It's just like, oh, so much stuff to deal with. It's so difficult.
Hitting that twist here, we have Machida in seconds. Not doing bad at all. Very dangerous on that curve. And again, a curve that I've never once taken well a time in my life.
So really interesting. So for you at home who don't know, you can only get a lightning shock after 30 seconds of the race. So the fact that we saw a shock that early is almost unheard of.
Means that someone used their shock immediately then.
Yeah. So like the fact that like you see that in 30 seconds in, which for me as a competitor, it pretty much tells me there's probably going to be another shock this race.
Which is unfortunate. So they are making sure that we have a lot of shots this game, which means it's something that everybody is, again, knowing this, having a timer going in their head, are going to be looking out for sometime very soon.
Ooh, Free Dizzle dodging danger there, going right through that boomerang. Can't cut ahead because the first place has a red shell, but needs to be careful because NQ has a red shell as well.
Cutting through, going straight into the drink. He's got some grip momentum on his side. NQ is doing pretty well here, hanging on to third. The second not too far ahead. Fourth right behind, though, is going to make his day a little bit worse, closing that gap.
Well, Blue Shell is on its way, so this is going to really help second, third, and fourth. Oh, Immortal, is he going to be able to pull off a Blue Shell dodge?
Let's see if he can make it happen. He's waiting for, and he does! Perfect execution on that. His dominance is unchallenged, at least for the moment.
It's so demoralizing to see someone gets a Blue Shell dodge when you're in second place, because it's like they dodged it, and they're still going further ahead.
Absolutely wild as NQ is now hitting the curve here. Falling into second for just a moment there. He's going to get it back. He's got the mushroom on his side. It's going right underwater once again. Free Dizzle, meanwhile, in fourth, playing King Boo, so I'm a fan.
And that's what I was talking about right there.
Storm Rush Gaming representing. And boy, that phenomenal work out there. So, comes as no surprise once again.
Yeah, well, it's surprising to me because I saw Immortal when Immortal first started. And he wasn't that, no offense, he wasn't that good at first. But like him playing week after week after week and then hanging out with our competitors, hanging out with teams, hanging out with Storm Rush Gaming. Look at where he's at right now.
You know what we call that? We call that download complete. That means that all he needed was like the right information bank, he needed the right metrics, the right data, and then he said, all right, I understand the game now, and now I will win.
Yeah, I mean, and Immortal did win his first SNS a couple of weeks ago, which was like, the whole community was so happy for him.
I'm happy too. I'm happy just to see it, and I'm very excited to see whether or not we're going to see another one. Who knows? Maybe by the end of all of this, we are going to see him walking away with that crown held high on his head. But for the time being, we have another course selection happening as we speak, so let's see what nightmare they're about to walk into.
Hey, it's your favorite TikTok clock.
Here we go again. Not quite my favorite. Not technically true. I'll get tweets. But it is, I think, it's a very good looking. I like Clockwork. I'm sorry. It's my aesthetic is being targeted. It's not my fault.
Wait, you said Clockwork. Is that a reference to Sly Cooper by chance?
It's not a reference to Sly Cooper. Not exclusively.
Okay.
I am a Sly Cooper fan. So excellent call on that reference.
I'm surprised I remember that. That's such a old, that's like PS2, wasn't it?
That's a deep pull, yeah.
Oh, Immortal Man first place, taking the hands of that clock is actually the fastest way on the first. It's only available on the first lap, so great knowledge of the map to know that that's the correct path to take.
Thank you for that clean gutter grab there on the turn, tailing ahead. Free Dizzle not at all far behind in second. Once again, King Boo represent. And he is doing a phenomenal job holding on to his position here. Squishy way back in fourth, not doing too terribly either. Got the red shells, gonna hit it, and Donkey Kong diving into the path to defend the person in third. How noble of him.
Well, it's like you should know when someone has 4 shells, like you don't cross them like that. That's like getting in front of like a pew pew gun kind of thing.
Uh-huh. Just diving ahead, unfortunately. NQ has got a lead building here, looking pretty good. Second place isn't too far behind, but if literally anything happens to Free Dizzle here, that could change. Once again, like you mentioned earlier, this is a kind of a map where you can end up ahead by a mile, and there's just nothing that can be done.
Yeah, and what's frustrating for first and second place is there's a little bit of distance between second, so even with one red shell, it's not going to do much. But blue shell approaching and a lightning shock. NQ's going to take 2 hits here.
It's going to be a rough one, and that is going to massively close the gap, but it looks like, surprisingly, is not going to. No, they are trading that back and forth, actually, as we start up our third lap. This is the final stretch, and now first and second are highly contested, but only between the people in first and second.
You gotta be careful. It's only one item box, which means first place has a chance of having no defensive items, which could flip everything around.
God only knows what we are going to be getting as a result. Cheeto in third. Polygon getting a strong stretch. Free Dizzle now in first, and doing pretty well for himself, it looks like. But like you mentioned, no defense here. No, has a banana to try and hold off.
Risky to throw that.
Set.
I would not throw that defensive item, but hey, it works for them.
That's barely could. Again, big risk, but he might
Blue
be
shell.
in a situation. Blue shell is going to hit him.
No.
It's not going to catch him in time. Free Dizzle sailing ahead. King Boo represent and claim that first place victory. Great to see.
I was a little bit worried about that blue shell because I was trying to time it in. I was like, that's gonna hit. Ooh.
Very, very close. But again, all you can do in this kind of situation is just hammer on the pedal. Just please, 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 please. I can imagine minors in these situations, but he looked calm and cool under pressure, so he's got a little bit more steadiness to the emotion than I do. I am always alternating between this is the best and oh God no when I'm doing something like Mario Kart.
Whenever I play Mario Kart, I'm just like in my little shell, like please don't hit me, please don't hit me.
Please not me. Anyone but me. Oh God, but we do get to continue on. I am very excited to see the scores by the time we get through this.
Oh, it's going to be great. And one of my favorite parts of seeing for the qualifiers is what is the cutoff? Because it radically changes every week depending on how everyone places. It's not like it's going to be 30 this week. No, it could be 25 this week. It could be 36. It depends on how scores are fluctuating. Think like a bell curve. And depending how the bell curve is how many points you're going to need to move on.
All right, so now might be actually an excellent time as we are getting through. We are more than halfway through now our qualifiers as a result, to revisit what this structure is going to look like. So how many of our competitors are we going to be seeing go on from this into our semifinals?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to have 34 competitors move on to our semifinals and second chance. But speaking of that, only the top 22 automatically move to semifinals. The bottom 12, they're going to have to battle out in our like Call of Duty gulag, what we call the 200cc baby park. But we'll get to that in a little second.
This is going to be wild. For the time being, Free Dizzle doing his best to make sure that he is going to be coming through on top. I can hear some chants coming in the building as we have Moore's hitting that turn. He's got the red shell behind him, got some defense, potentially a weapon he's going to use. He is going to use that to slide into third.
That was a great throw because it actually spaced out the next person hitting the double item box. Anyway, Morzella's in first place too.
Oh my!
But gotta be careful.
Oh, very dangerous position there, Morzilla falling back into third. Wachito further behind in a fourth. The energy in the room right now, my God.
Yeah, and we got blue shell incoming right now. It might even just pass everyone depending what path he takes. We don't know. We'll keep an eye on that.
Getting hurt. Rockton first there, but still has quite a bit of lead on his side. Unfortunately, that doesn't last too long.
It's weird to get hit with a fireball in first place.
It is.
The fireball is more of a mid-pack item, so whenever you get hit by a stray fireball, it's just like, oof.
Oh, rough stuff, a squishy in first, no doubt. They're going to be pretty happy for it. Colston owned by the egg.
So
Cheeto
that
right behind him with lethal intent and a boom up.
Wow,
Oh
great
my God,
hit.
clean, absolute aimbot on the shot with the boomerang. Hits him again, and then a red shell coming through. It's going to give Wachito first.
Wow, there's so much stuff that just happened right there from like mushrooms taken away so that he can't cut into first place, boomerangs flying, a sound horn. There's a lot going on.
It's too much going on if you ask me. And that keeps it high. The boomerang again. Is that the same? No, not this time. That wasn't Wachito again. I was about to say, why are you always getting boomerangs and why are you so clutch with them?
No, you can only throw the boomerang 3 times, so you can actually keep track and be like, okay, I saw that boomerang twice. I know he only has one more throw left.
That's what I thought. I thought he had gotten it again. Like, I was like, how could you? What? But we do have Free Dizzle here in first right now. Once again, King Boo leading the pack.
You got to be careful for second place. If they have a mushroom, they might be able to cut in forward. But second place got hit. Free Dizzle is going away with this.
That's it. He absolutely is all free. Let the bananas fly and let the pop-off go through.
Hey, that's like 2 first places. Of course you pop off. That's great.
Absolutely, because that's good. Again, he's good now. You're not challenging that. You're not knocking him out of the runnings. 2 first place, you are in a great spot.
It helps your mentality so much. And even better, now that he knows he has enough points to probably move on, now you can start like picking out players. Be like, okay, I don't want you to move on. I don't want you to move on.
Targeted attacks. I like it. Very malicious. This means, again, he knows what the other players are that are doing very, very well. And so he knows somebody is really, really close to getting in. Or if he can say, this person might be getting in, but they're going to be tough for me personally later on. So maybe somebody that just had bad luck these first couple of games, a really bad matchup, but might do a lot better later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why I said I like Rainbow Road 64. Because let's say I got first place twice. Now I know I'm going to hit someone in the first item box. You got to keep track of your opponents. So there's a lot more than just winning your races. Just keeping track of your competitors and knowing who's more than likely to move on, who's not going to make it on, who's in the bubble, and who to hit and where to prioritize your items.
It's a very, very pivotal thing. And the thing that, again, is cross communities in esports, where I can tell you a number of times people have theorized. You don't usually broadcast it when you make the pull, but you have a game that has like a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. There are people who will intentionally drop to loser's bracket because they know they'll have a better chance of dealing with people later on than they will the people that would be directly in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely. But in Mario Kart, you don't ever want to go further back or lose points.
Yeah, right. Not a little bit of a different situation, but the same strategy of like intentionally trying to adjust who you are likely to go up against.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like making the best advantage for you as possible. And Vachito here on Rainbow Road is one of the newer tracks for the Nintendo Wii U. You guys remember what that console was. Immortal, third place, no item. Needs to get something to kind of get in this game.
Moves up further ahead. Not at all in a bad spot at the start, but like you mentioned, needs a little bit of extra juice here. NQ, however, is going to be knocked all the way back down to 6. Really hugging that edge there.
Really close right there. Free Dizzle is just doing an amazing job this qualifier with a defensive item on the second slot. Just so you know, that it's always good to have your defensive on your second item, because if a boo takes your item, it's not going to take your defensive. It'll take the coin instead.
Better to lose the thing that will be your potential step ahead than the thing that can save you from being knocked all the way back to 6. Keep that in mind, folks watching. I know you're hyped for it, so I know you're excited, but keep in mind, you're picking up some very key Mario Kart tactics while you watch.
Warzilla definitely has a crowd here to take care of him. Has a boomerang, needs to be able to kind of move ahead, but lightning strikes, and able to use that mushroom to move a little bit forward.
You in a good spot here. Pushing 5th right behind Donkey Kong there. Meanwhile, Immortal Man is going to see 2 races go sailing ahead. Can he reclaim that position? Big jump there.
Free Dizzle taking that turn way too wide. You saw how he was like hopping out of that dirt area. We call it dirt because it slows you down, even though it's like weird metal stuff. But Cheeto in first place, no defensive item though. Needs to be careful here.
Cheeto in first. Getting hit with that ink, which is, again, I feel like this is one of those things that is awful for me, but for competitors at this level, it's a lot more easy to deal with. You can feel the track. You've been through this a million times, like these people have. It's not going to slow you down nearly as much.
No, Red Shell hitting second place.
Oh, it hurts. Oh, it's all absolutely terrible. Warzilla is going to be passed by 3 people. Lightning fast, my God.
A double item box for Warzilla. Immortal only has a mushroom to boot, so he's completely defenseless, but can kind of pop a little bit further ahead to kind of get away from everyone.
Dizzle being passed up once and then twice and then getting rocked. That's going to be a rough situation. Immortals, man, just might be taking it. There is the finish line inside. It is absolutely all over. Taking that once again, representing the squad. Feeling good about himself and for good reason. What a game.
I just love how he represents for his shirt.
Yeah,
it's like,
again, let him know. Let him know.
Read this.
Yeah. Again, the branding is very important once again. And if this could be you, keep in mind, you could go from sliding through, wide-eyed, enjoying the lights and the sounds and the action, and again, the great food and drink that I wish I could be enjoying right now and will very briefly, no doubt, but also getting a chance to start building something. You could be coming through and end up on a team, starting a team, who knows? Please come through. It's wild. I love seeing new people in here.
Yeah, I mean, this is, like I said, one of the best communities here when it comes to esports. No one is really, quote, toxic. Everyone's, like, super engaging, super nice, and they all want to love to talk to you. But before we get to that, let's take a look at recap here on qualifier number 4. As you can see, that NQ. If you notice, NQ is using waggle control to do those tricks. I love how like every player uses different controls in here.
Again, that is one of those things that is really, really interesting to see and speaks a lot not just to the skills of the people with the personality. There is nothing that I fine-tune in on more than people that do weird things with their controller when they play. Because that has been me for a really long time. I've always had like a weird way that I do anything when I'm doing mouse and keyboard. And that tells you a lot about how they kind of came up, maybe what games they started in even.
Yeah, it's kind of like Fortnite, and also HyperX Esports Arena does a huge Fortnite event. But I love seeing how everyone plays a little bit differently with their keyboard, their mouse, their settings. It's really interesting.
Mm-hmm. Just finding whatever works for you is just part of being, not even being competitive, it's just kind of a part of gaming. Those very, very subtle things, that the way you interface with a thing that controls everything in the game. I'm getting a little bit philosophical with it, but we have, again, a legendary pop-off. Well-earned, well-deserved, absolutely. Free Dizzle has done pretty fantastically over the course of the game.
Yeah, Free Dizzle, no doubt, is probably making semifinals. I don't know why I said no doubt maybe, but I'm pretty certain that Free Dizzle is getting in free.
Yeah,
to semifinals.
That instinct is always to say, it's pretty much guaranteed, but we do have some more competitors that are going to be coming through because our next qualifiers are coming up, is it not? Our last qualifiers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's our last qualifier. So we need ankles, 2 inches Mo, Bear, Blue Tunic, 805, House, Rare, Table, Knight, Jinx, Jerems, and Tenchi to head over to the hype tunnel upstairs so we could get ready for qualifier number 5.
And we also have some scores to take a look at. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Really excited to see. Look at Immortal Man reigning supreme. 51, but Free Dizzle is not at all far behind in second. NQ in third. Jabeezy in fourth. Wachito in fifth. And Squishy in sixth.
Yeah, and look how tight between it is from 4th to 7th place. It's only like 5 points away. That's like 3 or 4 placements, and that's it. So getting hit once could affect how you do in qualifiers into semifinals.
It could be really, really dangerous. I honestly thought we were going to see more points on Morzilla because we saw a lot of really great performances there, really at the tail end in particular.
I have to think that the competitors that we just saw in qualifier 4, their skill levels were much more level. They're very tight-knit, and they both played very similarly. So you're not going to see a lot of, like, someone's way higher, someone's way lower. As you saw there, it's pretty close all around.
And that only means it's going to be all the more clutch as we continue to move on. We have another set of qualifiers, but keep in mind, everybody that you've seen so far, everyone you have rooted for, everyone you have seen fall down, you're worried about their chances in the game overall, you're going to be seeing them again. We are going to be getting into the later rounds that are going to be throwing all of our champions for these qualifiers together, and that's where things are going to really, really get wild.
Yeah, absolutely. But before that, we're going to take a quick break for Saturday Night Speedway presented by Vinley Volkswagen, and we'll see you guys shortly.
All right. Welcome back once again. It is time for us to get ready for qualifier number 5. We are just about to get our final lap. I've been hearing some things. I've been hearing some support for certain individuals who are going to be hitting the scene in just a few moments. And we also have an opportunity to take a look at how our competitors thus far are already doing.
Yeah, right now, this is what we call the bubble. And one of the most important things here is, like, this is the people who are going into second chance. These are the people who are moving straight into semifinals. You can see right here, Jay is tied with the Impossible Kim with 29 points. So those two may have to do a tiebreaker to determine who automatically moves to semifinals. But on the flip side, you also got Gondar with 17 points and LOL Happy is 16. So Gondar has a very little chance of moving on depending on how our Qualifier 5 does.
But who knows? This could be it. He could end up getting bumped back down. He could be managing to just barely make it through. That is the wild things about this. The magic number here to qualify is going to be, what was that number?
29.
29. So keep that in mind. If we can get to that, you are good. And there are a couple of people on deck who you can tell. Look at Sports Joey right there. There are a couple of people that are in a really, really great spot to potentially qualify here in this last chance opportunity.
Well, Sports Joey, just to answer that, he's very used to being in second chance. His goal is to get past second chance, go into semifinals, and finally make it to grand finals. And I look forward to every week to see if he's able to fulfill his dream here at SNS.
Dreams come true all the time here at SNS from what I hear, and so I am very excited to see that happen one way or another, whether we have our competitors that have made it through that are looking to win it all, or some people that are still looking to earn their place. This is about to be wild, and we are about to get right into things as we have our next map. It looks like getting selected. I am very excited for it because this is my favorite map.
This is actually my favorite track, too.
This one is my favorite. You cannot tell me that you did not like the F-Zero map. It's absolutely gorgeous, first of all.
The saxophone in the background, it's just so beautiful. But just for those at home who don't know, this is not your traditional circuit. It's a point A to point B race split into 3 different segments. So it's whoever gets the first to the end, or gets to the end of the race first wins.
God, I love F-Zero. I know we're here for Mario Kart, but I just gotta say, please, I love F-Zero. Nintendo, I know you're out there watching. I know you feel close. I'm literally everything Nintendo that happens. Please make another F-Zero. I'm begging you.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, but I don't know. Bear, finally back. He's been gone for so long. I'm so glad that he's back here competing. But with a banana and a coin, he's probably going to throw that banana at one point, because remember what I said about those boos. He doesn't want it in his first slot.
Keeping that in the back pocket, we see in first place holding on to 2 mushrooms, ready for any opportunities to try and jump ahead, but not ready for a whole lot else. Without a defensive item, might be in danger. We have Blue Tunic in third, coming up with the 2 green shells, for example, and the 3 mushrooms in the back.
Yeah, absolutely. And these green shells, he's probably going to try to throw backwards. Oh, well, lightning strikes, and he's in a really good spot because he's going to be able to get those item blocks. His first and second, I'm not sure if they got one. Second did get a double item box, and he has 3 bananas to kind of keep his distance. Takes the long path instead of the short path, so there is a chance someone could catch up on him.
Pushing it further up now. We are a good stretch into this so far, and we have Ankles in fourth with the fireballs, letting it loose, not getting a lot off of it. But doing some decent coverage. I stand corrected. That bounced farther than I expected. The angles on that were very, very solid, but further ahead, Blue Tunic is going to finish in second. Yeah. Wow, that went by fast.
It's a short race, but there's a lot of turns, and you have to be really careful because, like, for the most part, you could fall off the track.
It could happen very, very easily. It's happened to me very many times. I'm not as good as these people are, but it still can absolutely happen. So we already have 1 match gone through, and that means we are 1 step closer to seeing who is going to be the total roster of folks making it out of qualifiers, who's going to need that second chance, that last opportunity to push by, and who's going to be absolutely golden coasting into the next segment of our tournament.
Yeah, and remember, the magic number is 29. That's only 2 first places. That's 30 points. So as long as you're getting up there, that magic number, you should be able to hit it.
So we're going to have to wait and see whether or not anybody's going to be able to get that back-to-back first. On the bubble, we have a Cheeto now looking still, sitting at the top of the chart, but we can see a couple of other names added to the board. Just taking a look once again at who has passed that magic number, who is right on the border. I'm looking at you, the Impossible Kim, and who is very, very close at hand to pushing through into that golden territory.
Yeah, those scores are really tight going into the semifinals and the second chance. We may have to see a tiebreaker later on after this qualifier, but it just depends what happens as we're moving on to the second race of Qualifier 5, and it's no one's favorite, Cheeseland.
Oh, no, not again. They'll have to persevere one way or another, but I mean, if they can do good on this one, I'm sure they'll be able to persevere through. I mean, Yeah, I know they want to come through all at the end and earn that cheddar, but Blue Tunic right now, all the way back in 9th. This is going to be a tough situation.
Yeah, well, I mean, he lost his item box, but once again, this is Cheese Land. It doesn't matter what to be honest, the first lap doesn't mean anything, because that second and third lap is when everything changes.
It's at that point that we decide whether or not you make the cut 1%. So we'll be keeping a close eye to look out for that. Right now, first is going to be nothing more than moral support, as it could change so quickly.
Well, you can see first place getting melted by that that shell. I'm not good at these cheese putts.
No, don't worry, I'll pick up the slack for you. I'm very good at making terrible jokes constantly. But Bear in first right now is going to be doing a very solid job, holding on to that green shell, got the bob bomb in the back, going to be hitting that twist, gets the ink, but like I said, for a seasoned competitor, this is nothing. The blue, however, is going to be a little bit more concerning.
It's fine. He's going to throw that bomb back, and that blue shell is going to hit him, but he's going to be able to keep that distance.
Next, the red shell ankles here in third is going to have an opportunity to come ahead. We see House in fourth has the triple red shells. One is going to be tossed. One is going to be used for the deflect. He's got one more to hold on to. Going to weaponize that as well. Another clean connect, but there's the shock.
Well, with 30 seconds left, falling off the track. Bad luck. But remember, there's still plenty of track left. I think a second shock can happen. Jinx here in first place, getting hit by the red shell, but it doesn't matter too much right now.
So still going to just be, now we are on the third lap, so this is still going to just be the run-up into where things really get wild and crazy. Again, remember my co-host's words. This is where things get wild with the amount of opportunity we have here to rubber band all the way into first. This could all change right at the very last lap.
Yeah, and you see second and third fought for that double item box. I think one of them didn't get one of those items. 2 inches Mo, fourth place with a red shell. Not enough to be able to use any shortcuts, so he's going to fall really far back. But blue shell on its way.
Holding on to that boomerang, can Bear land the shot? We see the blue shell going through. It's definitely going to hit. House is going to be knocked all the way back into fourth with fifth right, not into fifth even. Meanwhile, up in first, we have a very solid lead. Jinx is going to slide through and earn that. No, that is going to be Knight, in fact. Mistaken. Picked the wrong Waluigi.
No, everyone uses Waluigi. You're going to get lost really quick. Knight got really lucky, to be honest. I didn't see anyone take that cut on the left side. So the fact that Knight was able to take the long path and still get first, usually that's kind of unheard of for this track.
Wow, so big props. I mean, that is a wild thing. We're learning new ways to deal with Cheeseland every day. Thank God for that. But the fact that we're moving on means we don't have to look at Cheeseland anymore.
There's still plenty of races for tonight where our players will groan in disbelief that they have to do this again.
Yeah, I mean, if this one was not your game, then don't worry about it because there will be plenty of opportunities to come through once again. And that's the, what? I'm here? Yeah, that is the last pun I'm legally allowed to make unless Cheeseland comes up again. So let's all hope it does not. That being said, we have our next course selection coming through as we speak. Let's take a quick look at what we are going to be getting.
Well, speaking of Cheeseland, make sure you get the nachos here at the HyperX Esports Arena. The bar definitely has it. They're really good.
They are delicious. Really, again, I'm so hungry, folks. Please don't be like me. Feed yourselves. Take this opportunity to get some good food in you as we get ready for our next game. You can still hear me. You can still see the stage from the bar. You can get that food. Don't worry about it. You won't miss anything. And you're certainly not going to want to miss anything because this next one has a much better map on our hands. How do we feel about this one?
Yeah, so this is Ice Outpost, and one of the things that you should know as a competitor is blue is shorter 90% of the time, and yellow is longer. So, do you take the shorter path where it's easier to get hit, or do you take the longer path where it is less people but adds more time?
A question for each one of our competitors, including House here, who is in fourth, but is really, really having somebody hot on his heels. Truly keeping close at hand from behind, but we also have our first place candidate in a pretty solid stretch. Not the farthest in the entire world, but they got a banana on deck. Meanwhile, Bear back in second is looking to do some headhunting. Got 2 shells, red and green, ready to fly.
Well, Angles here with a mushroom. Not going to be able to move ahead too much here. There's no shortcuts really on this track, excluding the icebergs on the side, but no mushroom cuts. Nothing that's going to really help you there. So it's really easy to fall behind on this track.
Not as much rubber banding on the table for our competitors here, so that means it's going to be all more of a brutal sort of slugfest. It's really just a pure and simple race. We do have some shortcuts to take advantage of, a little bit of a risk there, but Blue Tunic clipping the side still manages get their wheels back onto the ground and hold on to third as a result. But we cut away just as you saw danger lurking from behind.
It always sucks seeing that thing, the item, like, hey, you're about to get hit. And it's like, well, is it going to hit me? Do I have to look? It's always frustrating that you just don't know until it happens.
It's really great to see as well that they have taken the time to program in the characters looking back in horror just before something terrible happens.
It's like those Luigi memes, if you remember those back in the day.
Oh, God, they're evergreen. They were good, and they're still good. We have here holding on to first Waluigi, just taking a look back, knowing that some stuff is about to go down here, but hopefully they'll be able to hold on to first. We have Bear in second, keeping a close eye out, holding on to that Bob.
Yeah, but great job by Bear. He saw that blue shell, and he started taking that yellow path, the longer path. He knew it's like, hey, first place is going to take that blue shell. I don't want it.
Do not let me get hit with that. And he had a great item to use to try and further cement his position here. Bear, as you can see, in first. Very successful on the play. Is going to go for the skip yet again, and he's going to miss it. Going to get clipped, and that is going to hurt bad. That could have been it.
Yeah, well, Nightcrawler taking first place there, but Bear, that's just a misplay, and it happens. These shortcuts, they look easy, but they're very difficult, and Ice Outpost is actually kind of like an ice physics. It's actually really slippery on the track, even though it doesn't look like it. So it's hard to calculate how you're supposed to kind of drift into that turn.
It is a rough one to be sure, but we got to see a lot of folks managing to navigate it and come through as a result with a phenomenal score and the extra bit of points that they need to help them get further and further ahead through these qualifiers. It's tough, but once again, getting to see people excel in situations like these is hype in and of itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just fun to be here and be able to see how these competitors react every single time. Oh, they dodge a shell? Yeah, they get hit by a shell. Oh.
Yeah, going through that range of emotions is really, really what goes through. As any of my Jet Set Radio fans out there, once again, to understand the concept of love, you also have to understand hate. You got to have the highs and the lows to it. And I do hate some of these courses, honestly. I love to watch them happen. I love to watch the game. I love to watch the competitors, but I know that frustration, but it only makes the successes feel all the more great.
Well, we're going into Wario's Gold Mine for our next track. What do you think about that track?
Yeah, sure. I sure do. That sums it up, I think.
Extremely descriptive there, but here we are. Bear first place. Bear has won SNS before, so he has a great chance of moving on. And if you haven't seen him in a while, Ankles in 7th place, using a Daisy as a character is a very unique loadout there, but I still think as a competitive.
There is a heavily copyrighted character claimed for 2 inches Mo at the moment who is doing not bad at all in second, getting that red shell behind them for defense. I gotta say, I do love this map visually. It's great to look at. All the maps in this game, honestly, are really, really pretty, but there's a couple that are just, these mines are just like a journey.
I love every track in this game. They put a lot of thought in every single one. Like, for example, Ribbon Road, which was originally a Game Boy track that looked flat. I love how they put so much flavor and so much detail in these tracks.
Nintendo Polish, once again, 2 inches Mo currently in 2nd place and sailing into first. That's some unfortunate happenstance goes down there. He's got a banana behind him for some defense. He's hitting those turns perfectly. Hits that jump very risky there. Only a little risky, I'll say, but I certainly have fallen many a time doing that. Once again, calling myself out.
Yeah, getting hit by that bat never feels good, and those bats just kind of move on their own, so it's so hard to dodge them.
Little delay there, but he got all the mushrooms in the world here now in third, but again, does not have a defensive item on him. 2 inches Mo, meanwhile, is going to be continuing to enjoy first place with a very hefty never mind. Into second he goes.
Well, second place had to immediately back off once he saw the sound horn. First place knowing not to set it off so that he could keep that defense. And great play, because that's when that blue shell's coming. He's going to be able to negate that really quick.
This is absolutely Waluigi versus Waluigi right now. Air horn saving his life. Allow him to hold on to first, but for how long?
Dude, I love that. I'm sorry, that last play was amazing. The fact that he was able to control when to use that sound horn. He knew to hold it. Most people would have fired it off. Great stuff that you don't normally see in competitive Mario Kart.
Twist. In third place, Donkey Kong coming through with all the red shells in the world and a healthy supply of mushrooms for that boost. It's going to be enough, though, looking at the massive stretch between third and second and first. I don't think any of these rankings are going to be changing near the end, certainly at least not the top 4.
No, and 2 inches Mo should have threw those fireballs behind because there was no chance. First place was so far ahead, and Nightcrawler taking first place right there.
Phenomenal stuff. So Knight is doing very, very well here. We are getting to see some phenomenal plays time and time again.
Yeah, Knight is one of the OG racers here at Saturday Night Speedway. But what's really cool is he actually races in real life too. He actually does go-karting and stuff, so it's really cool.
Hey.
He applies his real life racing to Saturday Night Speedway.
Yeah, it's what you get truly into the game. And speaking of the game, we have an opportunity to take a look at some highlights so we can reflect on how wild things were in these great locations, such as Cheeseland, everyone's favorite.
Yeah, and you can see House getting a great hit, but that lightning just kind of negates everything that you want to do. It always sucks, and then falling off the track, even worse.
Ankles did some great stuff there. I'm not sure if we're going to get to see it, but there's a particular moment I can think of in which Ankles sailed ahead, and someone just got absolutely clobbered that we get a chance to see. But even if it's not on the reel, it's certainly replaying in my mind. Look at this run into first, the double hop right through the finish line.
Yeah, and you see Ankles. I keep on saying Ankles, and then Ankle gets hit. So I feel bad for Ankles. But Bear, if I'm right, he misses this cut right here, which throws away his chance at first place. But he'll be able to redeem himself in the semifinals.
Yeah, that one was heartbreaking. But at the end of the day, not a game-breaking situation. It did absolutely not knock him out of things, and so you don't have to worry about it too much, which is another thing we talked about. These qualifiers giving you so many opportunities to make up those points, make up for small errors and things like that, allows you to sort of shake off the dust. But once we are done with the qualifiers, it becomes do or die time.
Yeah, right. So we know the magic number is 29. All 5 qualifiers are complete, so they're tallying up all the scores to find out who's in second chance, who's in semifinals, and then who eventually will win Saturday Night Speedway.
Second chance is really going to be wild. Let's take a look at the scores and see who's going to be there. We have Knight coming through in first, no surprise considering those back-to-back wins. We have Jinx very, very close at hand, no surprises there either. Blue Tunic in third, 2 Inches Mo in fourth, Bear in fifth, and Ankles in sixth.
Yeah, absolutely. Ankles on that magic number 29. So we'll see if Ankles was able to immediately go to semifinals, or is he going to have to fight for second chance? We don't know. They got to tally up 5 qualifiers worth of scores to see who's moving on.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see. Taking a look at these total numbers overall, I am very high for second chance because, again, I love a good underdog story. And I hope you do out there as well. This has been a great day so far. I know the crowd has been hyped for everything that's gone down, but it's only getting more intense, so please stay tuned because I am very excited for what we have coming through up next. Once everything is all totaled together, once we know who is going to be going into second chance, what this last struggle for placement is going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, this is the part we need to find. But we actually have second chance battle on deck, so we need you guys up in the HyperX Esport, or the Hype Tunnel here at the Esports Arena. We got Mario Party King, Wachito, Poppy Tart, Squishy, JJ107, Impersonal Kim, Ankles, Sports Joey, Heidi Sprite, SGT, Kazoo, Manchild, and Jadeda. We need you guys up there ASAP. So go ahead and race up there right now, and we'll get you guys started very shortly.
Let's go. Let's get started. We do not want to keep these fine people waiting even a moment longer because everybody here is excited for some Mario Kart. But the time it takes to get those players in position is the time we are going to take for a quick break. So do not go too far. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for Second Chance. We have our last opportunity for some folks who didn't quite get enough points to make it all the way through our qualifiers to get their spot in our next segment of the tournament. We are going to have 12 people going out there onto the course, but only 2 are going to survive.
Yeah, this is probably the hardest race that you're going to see in Saturday Night Speedway. As you said, we're going to have 12 racers, and only 2 are going to move on to our semifinals. So they're going to be racing on one of the hardest tracks that we have here. It is 200cc Baby Park.
It's going to be absolutely wild. Those words in that order make me very terrified, but we have some very brave and very capable competitors. Like I said many times over the course of the night, these folks really know what they're doing. They got a lot of power on their side, and a lot of them, you saw those matches. You could see how close a lot of them were to making it through, how many bad breaks there were when it comes to those couple of games. So there is a lot of power here that could not only make it through this absolute gauntlet, but could end up taking it all.
Yeah, and what's interesting is watching those players come down. I saw Mario Party King in there. That's not him normally. He's usually in semifinals. So now he's going to have to fight for his life here in this competition.
That's what makes it wild. Sometimes you get people that are consistently working their way up still, not quite into the point where they can fight their way through the upper echelon of the talent here at SNS, but there are some people who are going to either have a bad day or the feeling that I get, they're facing a lot more competition than usual. As SNS only gets more qualified people, and the people that are sticking around only get better over time.
Yeah, I mean, the skill cap has raised. I remember SNS 0. All of us were scrubs. Let's be honest. You can watch those old videos. We were not good at all. But looking at SNS 95, we have skyrocketed to levels I never even thought I would see. There's people are just doing no item shortcuts like it's nothing. It's easy for them. It's ingrained in their brain already. It's insane.
Yeah, you get started on something, and for the vast majority of situations, no matter how good you are when you start, you will look back in a year, in 2 years, however long it's been, and you'll go, oh, that was me. You're going to look back, and you're going to grow so substantially through doing anything, no matter how well you start off or how poorly you start off, which are both reasons to come through once again. Not only watch these great competitors in action, get an opportunity to pick your favorites, see some rising stars when they're just getting their start. Because again, you never know when somebody's going to come through their first time on stage, and then a year from now, they're going to be like, man, everybody's talking about them. And you'll be able to see you were one of their first fans.
Yeah, and one important thing about this race is the fact that, let's say you normally don't make semifinals, this is your chance to gain that experience. When you win, you move on to semifinals, you're going to be able to learn what it's like to actually try to win SNS.
That is going to be valuable experience for just about everybody. And again, experience is the key that can help anybody build. We're getting the crowd support coming through. Love to hear it. Thank you, everybody, as we get our competitors a little bit of love, give them that extra motivational boost that'll push them ahead. Once again, we are playing for some seriously contested opportunities to push ahead into our next segment for the tournament. I am very hyped to see who's going to make it through this, but at the same time, I got to say, I do not envy what they have to survive to get there.
I mean, I don't want any part of this at all. Every time I get stuck in Second Chance, I'm just like,
It's a rough map. It's a rough altercation. Was it 200cc Baby Park?
Yeah.
I have 2 questions. The first of which you don't really have to answer. The first one is why. The second one is you are in a situation like this. You mentioned having the opportunity to try and, in certain portions of this race, try and eliminate people you know you don't want to deal with later on. But here, it seems like your entire mindset is going to be occupied just trying to live.
Yeah. No, don't try to manipulate the records, all that stuff. No, just finish the race.
Just try to finish the race. Just try to survive.
Just cross the finish line, and then you can think about that later, because right now, you're not going to have time. It's going to blink. It's going to be less than 30 seconds. We're already done.
All right, so everybody keep your eyes on the prize. You're heading to the game, and try to focus on the only reason you should be looking at the other competitors here is to try and see who is attempting to kill you at this very moment, because I guarantee it wasn't targeted. They're just hitting who's ever in front of them. I can't imagine you having enough time to do this, but again, I don't have the absolute galaxy brain that my co-host here does, and even he said, just focus on living. So please, heed my words here. Everybody watching, continue to voice your all the support you've got in your bones for your favorite competitor, because they are definitely going to need it.
And you got to remember, this is only one race. There's not 2, 3, or 4 or anything like that. So when you have an item, you have to take that risk. So you're going to see people from 4th to 8th place, they're just going to spam their items. If they hit someone, good for them, because they only have one chance. There is no come back. There's no extra laps. You don't have a chance to come back.
It's do or die. It is all here, and that means it's going to go by fast. You are going to blink, and the survivors are going to be decided. So do not go too far. This is one of the situations where this time, don't go to the bar. I hope you already have your nachos, because for the next few moments, you're going to want to keep very, very close watch.
Yeah,
it's going to be chaos to fight your way through.
I mean, by the time you place your order, this race is going to be done that quick.
And it's going to be a lot to look at as well, to be honest. So you're going to need to keep a very, very close eye on the screen to be able to even just make out what's going through. With the density of problems going down in a few moments here, you are not at all going to want to be distracted by anything.
Yeah, I mean, distraction is one hard thing about this second chance, is the fact that anything's going to, you're going to see stuff fly past you, you got to ignore it. You're going to see green shells, don't be happy that it dodged it, just be like, okay, what's next? You're constantly thinking ahead, because 30 seconds later, only two people are moving on.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting thing. And again, as someone that is very, very into the esports community, plays a couple of different games, bad at most of them, but a couple I'm decent at. Coming in, this feels to me a lot like my first introduction to esports, was fighting games, in which at any given moment you see two people standing apart from each other, just sort of moving back and forth, like they're not really doing anything to the untrained eye.
Yeah.
But playing them, there's a million calculations going on every possible minute. But here, Mario Kart visualizes all that chaos for you. This is what it's like. And you can see how much they're dealing with here in real time, even if you're not that familiar with how Mario Kart, it really, really goes down.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about when you're talking about fighting games. There's 10 seconds left on the clock. Everyone has like a chip of health left, and you're like, do I go in? Do I get that punch? Do I go low, high? What the heck am I doing?
Yeah, you're trying to get a pattern into your opponent's head. They're trying to get a pattern into your head. You're trying to figure out what pattern are they trying to get into my head, so you can decide what pattern to put into theirs, kind of that pattern, and not get stuck in a pattern. It's a lot. But Mario Kart is as well. So we have a lot of immediate problems to deal with. This has been a day so far, and I've got a lot of love for everybody that's come through, everybody that's come through to race, everyone that's come through to support. I respect you, and thank you for helping make this another fantastic Saturday Night Speedway.
Yeah, and absolutely. Of course, thank you to Vinley at the Valley Auto Mall for taking care of us here tonight. So I want to appreciate our sponsor as we're getting ready for this second chance battle.
This is going to be it. We are getting into position, getting ourselves ready to go in just a moment. And that means there's precious little time left. Again, I cannot stress enough. When we start, you have to keep your eyes on this until the end. It will be over like that. I know that this climactic energy makes you think there's going to be like a big swell. No, it's done. So be careful. You do not want to miss it even a moment.
Well, the race is loading up right now. The players are in. They're getting settled. Their headphones in.
Here we go.
You can see Joey. His eyes are like on the race as here we are. JJ 107, 7 laps as we go to 200cc Baby Park.
Here we go. Started off chaos already. A collision and into this guy. Hits the wall. Unfortunately, goes from first to fourth in an instant and right back up to second. JJ cutting it as close as possible each and every time. Only skimming the wall there that time. We're about to see our first set of dangerous items come through, I know.
Well, JJ's gotten lucky. Nothing has really hit him yet, and too defensive. He's in a good spot to get that second place at minimum.
Trading it back and forth right now. Already in first, holding on to the coin, and there's JJ once again in second. A lot of chaos so far. We have not seen anything wild go down so far. We do have Heidi in first at the moment, and it looks like...
Well, there is a blue shell on his way, but the lightning saves Heidi's spray.
Oh my God.
Heidi has only like 2 turns left to seal a deal here in our semifinals, and using the horn.
The air horn cementing that first, trying to get that skidding a little bit on that off the track spot, but managing to persevere. Is this it? That's it. Manages to pull through. I cannot think of the last time I saw lightning be someone's benefit, but that came through clutch.
Now, JJ did great. Dodging every attack, having this shield behind him, but Heidi having that lightning come in at the right moment so that Heidi could get first place.
And we are hearing some hype in the arena right now. We have our 2 survivors. Wow. And that means we have our next segment for our tournament. What are we about to slide into?
Yeah, we're about to slide into our semifinals. That means we're splitting our remaining 24 competitors in groups of 2, and there's no more combined score. Hit top 6 or you're going home.
This is it, the final stretch into deciding who our final competitors are going to be. This is the moment we've been waiting for. And like I said, went through practically instantly. We do have a replay for your viewing pleasure while we continue to talk up our fantastic competitors. And trust me, I have some high praise for everybody out there.
Yeah, and that was just a great racing by JJ, to be honest, because JJ was constantly bouncing with Heidi, but never got hit by that defensive item. And look at that pop-up. You know that you are set when you hit that. When you see that second place on the bottom right, you're just like,
Absolutely. Again, those moments where you can see the timer counting down. Honestly, I'd be zoned out by then. I wouldn't be cognizant of what happened. I would pass the finish line and go, what? Huh? The race is over? I did it? Did I do it? That would be me in these moments. But you can see that recognition when it hits. It is such a sweet feeling. It's cathartic to watch somebody manage to persevere and be able to feel like through, living vicariously through them in that moment. All that intense, concentrated effort paying off in that one final moment.
Yeah, I mean, like, who needs a spa when you could just win second chance? Because it just releases everything in one single race.
Every muscle in your body relaxes. It's truly, truly great. I mean, hey, maybe some of you, for the first time, you're just not watching it. You'll go home, you'll practice for a month or two, come back, and it'll be you. That will be you managing to persevere through second chance and up on stage. Or at the very least, you'll be back again to watch the next Saturday Night Speedway and see who else can come through with some wild and crazy plays.
Yeah, absolutely. But we need to get ready for those semifinals now that this second chance is done. So, funny name, Geronimo, Vonnie 951, Heart and Soul, Kiro, NQ, Cora D, Toad, 13, 2 Inches Mo, Karma, and Heidi Sprite. We need you up in the hype tunnel right now. So go ahead and brace up on there, and we'll see you guys shortly.
Really, really happy to see all of our competitors about to go through in our first semifinals, but we also have a quick break while we get them in position. So do not go too far, but get yourself a moment of rest. We will return right after this. Welcome back. Once again, it is time for us to get ready for our semi-final match. We have 2 sets of semifinals to get through, and our first one is on deck as we speak. We are very excited for it, and I hope you are as well. as we have some great names on track to try and sail ahead into the finals. We have some strong successes. We have some folks that managed to scrape through that second chance and earn their position here. Take a look at our competitors ready to hit the stage.
Well, take a look at this. Is the cream of the crop. These guys are the ones who have risen to the top, and now they're here in our semifinals. And remember, it's top 6 move on out of these 12. There's no more adding scores.
It is just going to be position, so keep an eye on those numbers and keep your ear out because under the power of my voice, we will be doing a lot of talking about our weapons gray competitors and all the great work they are about to do. Thank you, folks, for coming through to support. Thank you for coming through to see a great show in action because it has been great so far, but trust me, this is only the tip of the iceberg. There is a lot of intensity and a lot of excitement still yet to come with our semifinal matches now getting started.
Yeah, with these semifinals, this is probably one of the most difficult races here besides Baby Park because you don't need to play for first here. You could play for second and third and still move on, which is very dangerous because now you can start kind of it's like, hey, I'm not worried about first. I'm going to start hitting 6th and 7th. So you got to be really careful, and you need that map awareness to know who's going to try to hit me and who's trying to move ahead and get points.
Keeping a close eye on absolutely everything and understanding the advantages, disadvantages of whatever map comes through. Being able to say, I know this like the back of my hand, I know how to deal with this, and I know where people are going to be trying to keep an eye out for their opportunity to come ahead. What are going to be the pivotal moments where someone can really get a really, really big step forward?
Well, I mean, with these semifinal players, they know these maps inside out. You kind of have to know all 48 tracks to do well here. So with that being in mind, when they see these tracks, they need to take the points that they have and determine how am I going to play when I see this track.
It's all about keeping these things in mind. And again, with the experience that we have here with all of our competitors, again, this being so deep into our long-lasting career, one could say, with Saturday Night Speedway, there's plenty of people that know these things like the back of their hand. There's plenty of people that are going to be doing some very, very, very advanced calculations when we get into things. I'm very excited for it. Again, couldn't do it myself. So it's really, really wild to watch something in action where you know just enough about the game. Again, for the folks out there that are like, I couldn't play on this kind of a level, still get into it because it enhances your experience just watching it, understanding, having context for just how wild these plays are. Getting to know enough just to know that what had just happened is wild can really make you further invested and further immersed in events like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And just you watching the show here on our YouTube channel, you're gaining the knowledge of these professional players on what you need to do to win SNS, or just become a better Mario Kart player in general, or if you just want to learn people in the community.
Yeah, it's a great community to be a part of, a great one if you just want to hang out, just want to get a great game in the process of also having some great people to hang with. And again, who knows? I truly want to keep encouraging y'all out there because as somebody that has been through a lot of esports communities, the ones that are encouraging, the ones that are supportive, the ones that are like this are always the best to be a part of. And it is really surprising sometimes to see how so you can talk to some people that have become big names. And here it's just like, yeah, somebody brought me to an event, or yeah, somebody got me a copy of this game, or someone encouraged me, and now they're one of the greatest in the entire world.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, if you're watching on our YouTube channel, most of the people chatting on our YouTube are some of the competitors. I've seen Geronimo chatting stuff. LA Cruiser's on there. He's one of our well-known players. And obviously, the crowd loves LA Cruiser, too. I do, too. But, you know, all these players are very well connected with each other. So just being here is a great way to learn about our community.
It is great. So please come out if you can. But if you're in the chat right now, absolutely, we say thank you to you as well. But if you're here in the arena, also be in the chat. You can do both while we're talking about this, while we're getting our courses selected. And we are looking forward to seeing what absolute nightmare they're about to walk into. I say nightmare because one way or another, it's going to be chaos, it's going to be crazy, it's going to be challenging. But like you said, a little bit less intense than Baby Park, maybe.
You know, I mean, I think it's always hard, man. It's so hard.
It's always hard.
But knowing this, just a heads up for those as well. There are a little bit different things in the semifinals. Yes, top 6 move on, but there's also 6 races instead of 4. So it's a little bit more, and you have to stay consistent for longer than the qualifiers.
So keep that in mind. It's going to be, this is going to not only test one's skill, but also one's stamina. It's going to be a long period of time they have to keep themselves in a solid spot. And remember, those rankings are going to change. So if somebody's not doing well at the start, they might have a chance to push back.
Yeah, but we're in Toad Harbor right now. This is a track that I'm surprised how many people actually like it. I personally am not a fan of it, but the competitive players definitely find a lot of value in the kind of strategic elements to this map.
And that curve going to slip off onto the bottom track, and Q now in 6th. getting hit, but he has the defense behind him. Meanwhile, Vonnie is in first. Been a minute since we've seen him, but keep in mind, he did phenomenally in our qualifiers, and as a result, it comes as no surprise that he is sailing so far ahead of the pack.
Yeah, and interesting that he actually threw the red shell, so Kiro's going to try to punish him, but is unable to hit. So Kiro's going to have to keep on getting more items to move forward.
Knocked pretty hard. Funny name here, and going now all the way down into 6, hovering on 7th rather. As Toad pushes ahead. Gonna try and hit that skip as best as possible. Manages to cut across a little bit of the grass. A blue shell is coming through. That means first is about to have some problems. Second is going to be able to supplant things. Vonnie is going to get hit with that blue shell, but is going to stay in first, it looks like. Second is not at all far behind, but is going to have a better chance at cutting ahead now.
Well, Vonnie threw his item behind right before the blue shell hit and actually hit what was second place. But NQ with a red shell, he does fire it off, trying to get rid of defensive for Vonnie. It connects with Vonnie, so that's going to help him out just a little bit.
The head Toad is in a tough spot here. That red shell is coming for him, but he manages to avoid it. Coming up with a red shell of his own now and a green in the back pocket. King Boo, meanwhile, in first, and Q has managed to secure himself a pretty solid lead, and we are now on our 3rd lap.
Now, he's in a good spot right now, but he needs to get rid of that banana off of its first slot just in case of some kind of boo or someone throws a red shell at him. You need to have that second item.
Red shell? Is that what you said? Red shell? I see one lurking right now with Vonnie in second. He's going to go ahead and toss it up. It looks like it was dealt with. Vonnie does still have the banana in back, so he is defended himself.
So Vonnie knows that he only has a coin right now. So Vonnie can either, he could scoot back, he could go for the double, but he still needs to be careful for third with that boomerang. But even worse, blue shell coming on the final turns.
Pushing up, that's going to be the blue shell coming through. Big hit, and NQ is going to go all the way back to not quite fourth. He deflected off somebody mid-air trying to come in from behind. Managed to hold on to it, and Vonnie is going to claim first place as a result.
You can see he's not doing the death stare anymore. He's working on his hands because the semifinals is no joke. Every time I do semifinals, it's like, oh man, this is it's time to get beaten.
Just hit him with a menacing knuckle crack instead. Again, either way, intimidating energy, I respect it. But we are going to be sailing ahead into our next course. Where do we go from here? This is going to be very, very interesting. We have Vonnie in first already. A couple of people putting up some great scores. But is anybody going to be, who else are you expecting to see really, really high places from moving forward?
Well, I mean, obviously Vonnie is going to do well, but I also see Jory moving on. I see Kiro moving on, and as well as possibly Karma. Those are the kind of names I'm looking at when I think who's going to move on to semifinals. But once again, semifinals is so difficult. When you could play for 4th or 5th, it totally changes the mentality of the game.
I can imagine. It's a really different, but again, very tactical kind of a space, and one as a result where you're trying to make these calculations, you're trying to make these predictions, trying to figure out what your ideal situation is going to be, but trying to focus on all that instead of just focusing on finishing as high as you can adds another layer of complexity in and of itself.
Yeah, it makes Mario Kart more complex than most people are used to. Most people are like, hey, I got first, woo. Now, but for these racers, they're like, I want to go for second, but I want to ensure this person gets 6. I want to ensure this person is 8th. I hope this guy gets shocked. And, you're constantly thinking and you're keeping track of numbers. It's harder than the stock market, I think.
Certainly, but at the same time, more fair. And as we go ahead into these next set of games, we get to see whether or not anybody is going to be making any strong comebacks. Like we said, Vonnie is doing phenomenally well. Toad is doing very, very well as well. Karma, Geronimo. But I am really, really excited as well. I'm going to make a particular call out, Heidi, because Heidi managed to slip by through some very, very good turns of fortune and some very, very excellent plays there in the second chance opportunity. And now I want to see how far she can take it.
Yeah, I mean, Heidi has made finals before, and there's times that Heidi has, crushed semifinals. I was in that semifinal with her, so I remember that. And it's like, she definitely has potential to hit finals, and I think she does have a chance to actually win.
And let's keep a close eye out right now. Not doing too bad on the rankings. Definitely could use some extra points in this next race to come. As Vonnie gets started, we are guaranteed very few things. We can't be guaranteed that Vonnie isn't going to do poorly. We know that if anything goes wild for Vonnie in this match, it's going to be because his competitors managed to catch their stride.
So this is probably something, take a look right here. You saw what Toad's doing. This is what we call bagging. It's kind of like staying in the back of the pack, waiting for the best items, and then using it at the end and chaining it to get first place. This track supports that strategy heavily. So keep an eye on Toad throughout this race.
Keeping a close eye out indeed. Funny name, meanwhile, is further up in fourth. Is going to hit that jump and manage to get himself into a pretty solid spot. Bonnie's still holding on to first. It looks like he is looking to repeat some past successes here. He might just end up sweeping things, honestly.
No, you're not going to sweep in semifinals. Just trust me. Trust me.
Not holding on to first the entire time, but it looks like he's going to be holding on to some high places at the very least. I like the energy at the start.
Yeah, Bonnie's doing great right there, even though he did get hit. We got our first place runner right here with 10 coins, so in a good spot. Also getting a double item box, so he doesn't have to worry about too much. I think he threw that red shell a little bit too early, kind of got rid of his defensive. I really don't like that. Funny name missing out on that Nisk, and also a blue shell coming on the way.
That is going to be a game changer. Going to toss back. Beautiful execution there. But at the same time, he is still going to see himself fall down to fifth. But again, a lot of contradictory messages here, but they do have a large cluster of people all in close proximity. Our first four rankings are very heavily contested right now.
Oh, look at that. Remember what I said. Toad is in first place right now, but misses the item box. Toad has a chance to get smacked really hard or leaving with second.
Trying to go for it once again. He's going to bump off the tires, and he is in third as a result. But hey, he managed to put himself in a great spot here. Right at the end, he will come through in third. It's not first. That's going to be Geronimo, but it's not bad either.
No, I mean, and the fact, I've not seen Toad before, but the fact that using that kind of IQ to know that, hey, I can bag. Bagging is a very advanced technique. And the fact that I saw that applied in this race shows that Toad is someone you need to watch out for.
Again, very, very tricky to do, to understand how it's done, and very risky, it seems like. It could be very, very easy to end up in that kind of a situation and just never recover. But the fact that we saw him go through all the way, like you said, verifies that talent. So keep a close eye out as we get into our next set of matches, because you are absolutely going to want to make sure you do not let Toad surprise you.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, going back to something a little bit different, Jory won that last race. Geronimo has been with us for so long of a time. I can't wait to see how he does, because he's one of those, he normally makes finals, but there's days that he will cast her off, what we call the Geronimo curse, where
really?
he just completely bombs.
You know it's bad when you have a curse named after you. It's a tough spot. But again, that makes you root for him more and more. Like I've mentioned how much I love a good underdog story. I love getting to see people come through, like off to a bad start, or maybe come out of nowhere, the people you don't really know, and all of a sudden they are taking out the people with names. That is one of the most hype things possible for us here.
Oh, Geronimo here getting pole position, going into the literally first track of Mario Kart 8, Mario Kart Circuit. And this course, I don't want to say you want to be careful, but it doesn't matter where you are in the race. There is some kind of strategy you could be. If you're a front runner, if you're a mid-packer, if you're a bagger, this track supports all three kind of meta placements, roles. I guess that we should call them roles.
And as a result, we are going to get to see a very interesting mix of play styles, of strategies, and of successes all coming through at the same time. It's going to be very, very hard to watch in action. Vonnie is absolutely gunning for that top-ranking spot. He's got the fireballs. He's going to be able to do some damage. Got nice open space with which just cut loose. And as a result, he's going to go up a couple of spaces. Heart and Soul here in fifth. Rocking the Fatal Fury cap, I see you, and doing his best to hit the skip there is going to take a couple of places in the process.
Yeah, you notice that in the semifinals, these players are taking these no-item shortcuts much more frequently. They're not afraid to do it, or they don't know how to. They just know how to do it naturally. Geronimo, first place, has a defensive, but because of the huge shortcut at the end, you got to be careful.
Seeing here, Vonnie now all the way in eighth. Difficult spot, but not at all unwinnable. Even now, as we are just about to cross the finish line and go into our third lap. As a result, Funny Name in second is gunning for that first place spot. He's going to have to use a skip to stay on target, and beautiful execution on that.
Yeah, Funny Name dodging that banana holding by first place, because first place messed up on the no-item shortcut. But great job there. This Roy taking the hit all the way down to 11th place. Geronimo, he's going to throw this red shell and hope for a mushroom.
Doing his absolute best. Funny Name. Hard side cut there. Is going to sail ahead into first. Beautiful landing. Sticks it. And Funny Name, as a result, claims first. There was a couple of plays from him that I need to see on a highlights reel in that match.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you saw that hit, that's a really advanced tactic, how he hit the wall before the glider so that he's able to fly over the shortcut. That's something that's extremely hard to do, but it saves you so much time.
Keep that in mind that if you think you can do it at home, hey, it's going to take some practice from me. I'm going to be in the gym a little bit trying to pull off that one. It might be a couple of, a good 2, maybe 3 years before I'm able to pull that off in an actual game. But again, our competitors are going to be doing that tonight on a regular basis. How many courses do we still have left just in semifinals?
Well, we still have 3 more races left. And to go back about you going to the gym, one of the best ways to get good at Mario Kart is actually time trials. It's the best way to learn the most efficient way to get through a track. So when you actually play against other people, the items kind of tell you which shortcuts you're allowed to use, which ones you can't use. So kind of like time trials gives you the answers. The items tell you which answers to use.
That's very, very interesting. Hey, I do love doing time trials in literally any racing game I'm playing. So it's good to know that I'm on the right track. Maybe I don't know, maybe I should hop out of the commentator booth one of these times and see how far I've come. Maybe I've been underselling myself a little bit. I haven't. But I am going to be looking forward to seeing our competitors in our next course.
I will say the commentators who try playing Mario Kart do not have a good track record.
I won't get too much confidence, but I do have a lot of confidence in Funny Name because he is doing phenomenally well thus far. And once again, I gotta say, I'm not seeing him doing poorly.
Wait, you saw that, right? That red shell was just like, we like you, Funny Name.
This is bias from the red shells. That's ridiculous. But his sales of eye is going to preserve that lead for the time being. Heart and Soul hovering between 6th and 5th. You can see that sort of pack between 3rd and 5th is highly contested. A lot of back and forth.
Yeah, you see NQ here. It has great items, but just because you're in the mid pack, it's so hard to keep those kinds of items. You need to kind of stay away from the pack when you have those kinds of items.
Ronnie way back in 10th is going to get some good items on the side. Don't worry about him too much. Funny Name in comparison. Once again, reigning Supreme King Boo in the lead. I love to see it.
Well, good news for Heidi Sprite here. Blue Shell on its way and is going to hit Funny Name. I don't think Funny Name has an answer.
Not at all. This is absolutely going to be a catch-up opportunity for not just Heidi Sprite, but some fellow competitors as well, as we go all the way back down to good 3 places.
Yeah, Hero, fortunately, he gets at least 1 item, so he can kind of keep that placement. And you can see throws that green shell, or keeps the green shell behind him, so like Heidi's like, hey, Heidi, get off my back. Stop tailgating me.
Let's give me a little bit of breathing room, please. We are now on our 3rd lap. It truly feels like it goes by so quick every time.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
That was a great shot by Toad right there.
Beautiful shot there.
Who are you, Toad? Where do you come from?
Just coming out of nowhere. Once again, remember when I said don't let Toad surprise you? I was gazing into the future, apparently. I didn't realize how true that statement was going to come through.
What are you doing with that 9-ball under here? No, I'm just kidding.
What, is that a magic 8-ball in your hands?
Oh, a second Blue Shell on his way to Funny Name, and no horn to really save you there on the final turn here.
Oh, that's going to be rough, but he's got a little bit of space. He's still going to be holding on to first. In fact, I'm seeing that finish line come up. Can he be stopped? I don't think he can. Funny Name with another first-place win.
Dude, Funny, every time we see him race, he's so tactical with his moves. If you saw, he was drifting on those ramps, and the reason he did it exactly like that is so he was hoping the red shell would hit the ramp instead of him.
Oh, my God.
So you could keep your defensive item.
That is wild.
Yeah, but more about that later as we are getting ready for semifinal 2 as well. So if you hear your name, please race on up to the HyperX Hype Tunnel. Sneaks, Immortal Man, Knight, Free Dizzle, Jinx, Blue Tunic, Ninja Buddy, Batter a Cookie, Jabeezy, Bear, Grumpy, and JJ107. Go ahead and head on up, and we'll see you guys shortly.
I am hyped already for Qualifier 2. Sneaks coming in. What are the chances we are going to... I like the fact that we're talking about Sneaks in the context, not of, I wonder how good Sneaks is going to do. We're saying, I wonder whether or not anyone is going to be able to make Sneaks sweat.
Yeah, I mean, Sneaks has gotten so good since he first started here. It's amazing how exponentially he's gotten good at this game.
I'm very, very hyped to see some of it live in action. It has been, like I said, a minute since I've been here, so it is great to see. Truly, the energy is unique when you're really in the room with the people cheering, the people popping off. But we do have some current scores, with which we can see why people have been popping off all night.
Yeah, and as we're getting ready for our 5th race, 2 races away, and remember, only top 6 is moving on, as you got Karma with 23 points, so that's only a 4-point difference from Kiro, who wants that spot.
You can see him taking it all the way back before sailing ahead. Look at these rankings again and keep this in mind as we get into the game. NQ hold back as far as possible to get those items. Meanwhile, way in first, guess who? It's Funny Name. Is anyone surprised? How could you possibly be surprised?
Yeah, I find that almost comical, kind of funny. No, I'm just kidding, but bad pun there.
Thank you. Bad jokes are my job.
Hey, it wasn't a cheese pun, at least. Bonnie here, Heart and Soul with a mushroom and a red shell is going to take this cut and hopefully drag that red shell and make sure everyone stays back and social distance from him. as we got third place with not really much to kind of move ahead.
Meanwhile, in second, coming up with the blue shell. We were watching that blue shell go sailing by, meaning that this might be an opportunity. We're also seeing a lot of place changing there and the shock coming through. This is just nothing but bad news for Vonnie.
Actually, if you notice, Vonnie hit the train to dodge the blue shell, and because he already hit the train, the shock didn't count for him. He's only taking the, quote, damage of being shrunk.
That is phenomenal. Again, these maximum brain plays coming through in an environment where, again, you have to know the map to know that you're even going to have those opportunities coming ahead when you're coming through a certain turn, a certain play. Wild. Heart and Soul going to try to go for the skip there. Slow down just a bit, but he makes it through. Vonnie, meanwhile, is still in first. Somehow still in first. We just talked about how well he survived that onslaught, but even so, I'm still baffled he's still in first.
Well, he has double defense as well, so he's not moving anywhere there. I see a bomb got thrown behind just because they're not even going to try to go for him.
Funny Name, meanwhile, is in third and no doubt calculating what is going to be his opportunity to push further ahead. You know he is in this looking for that first place position yet again. He's got a great jump, and there it is, just like that. And there it goes. Easy come, easy go. Now he's in fourth, but we are on our third lap, and it's, oh, that's right, at the finish line. He might not have enough time to do anything about that. And he does not. That's going to be Vonnie, and second is going to be Kiro taking first place.
Kiro capitalized on that blue shell. He knew that, like, Funny Name was far behind. He didn't have to worry about him when it comes to new item boxes. So, like, once you know which players have what items, you can kind of plan ahead, and Kiro is like, I'm free.
Absolutely nothing to me. No problem, no sweat. But there's still a lot of race ahead of us, and so nobody can afford to relax too much just yet. But again, you got to take these moments. You got to take those pop-offs you saw with Kiro, enjoying himself. Really just got the edge on that pop-off. Really got some strength behind. You can tell when people have really practiced their pop-offs. You can tell when they've really put in the work.
There's so
Get
much
that strength up.
energy in this game. And the minute you see that first place, you're just like, yo, let's go. Well, I'm not going to stand up here, but there's so much like energy that just gets expelled. You're just like, yes.
Yeah, there's an art form to it, absolutely. And once again, you have to manage that space between you want to pop off enough that you can convey that energy, but you don't want it to be so hard that you injure yourself or others around you. But we are certainly seeing a lot of great energy of the game so far. Kira, no doubt, taking that into, once again, my favorite course. Let's go, F-Zero.
Well, all the points are on the line. Remember, this is the final race of semifinal 1. 6 move on, 6 are going home right now after this race.
And we are looking at the rankings right now. Funny Name is, of course, doing phenomenally, as is Vonnie, as is Geronimo, Toad, Kiro, all looking great here so far, but they are far from safe. Nothing is guaranteed quite yet, even though we have some people that are looking just too good to fail. What could possibly dethrone some of these high-ranking individuals?
Well, keep an eye on Karma as well as Kiro. They're really close when it comes to points, so they got to be careful when it comes to this race.
Who knocked mid-air. They're going to stay in fifth, but NQ, meanwhile, further up in third, is looking pretty good. Hitting that turn. Very, very scary there. It looks very dangerous. They managed to make it through and hit the ground in second now.
Like I said, these players know all these shortcuts off the back of their hand. You're going to see them flying off like it's normal.
It is looking, again, truly the phrase, they make it look easy, a little bit cliche, but it applies. You cannot say that it doesn't. If they're hitting these, at the same time, you can feel the danger, that throwing attention when you're not sure whether or not going to stick it. It really, really gets to you. I love it. Geronimo now is losing 2 places. There goes from third, I believe, all the way down to fifth. But you can see those 2 places still ahead of him, still in range.
Well, NQ, gets hit in the back, so he's first place is going to run away with this one.
And with the green, too. Vonnie, meanwhile, in first. Has a defense on him. A red shell is coming his way, though, so it's not going to last very long. Beyond that, he's got a coin, but it's going to be more than enough to send him through. Hitting us once again with the Gara pose. He is confident. Everything going through, no problem.
I mean, he deserves that. He knew that second place was going to go for the double item box. So he's like, I'm going to throw this behind to make sure he gets hit to keep my distance. It was kind of like calculated.
That is it, then. So that is semifinal 1. Keep in mind, we have another semifinal coming up. But with 1 out of the way, we have a sense for who is moving on, our top 6 from one of our groups.
Yeah, I mean, they got to tally up the scores. Ality Esports is going to take a look at that. But let's take a look back at semifinal 1 to see, kind of, maybe we could guesstimate who's moving on.
taking a close look at these treasured memories. And again, folks, if your favorite does not make it all the way through here, please come back again and support, because these people are going to be coming through time and time again. These great moments will be signifiers of who's got the talent, who's got the power to be a regular success story here at SNS.
I really love how Funny Name threw that ball behind him. He's like, I'm going to get hit by this blue shell. I'm taking someone out with me. And it was so beautiful.
Absolutely phenomenal to watch in action. And Funny Name, of course, has very, very quickly cemented himself as honestly one of my favorites to watch. Not just for the success in these matches, not just for the performances, but for just how clean they looked. He does some wild stuff on the course.
Oh, and that Toad with that green shell snipe, it was so solid. I mean, like, I love seeing how the plays in these semifinal races, how they're much more, I don't want to say wild, but more calculated. They're harder to execute, but they still nail it.
And it worked out so well for him, heart and soul, with the clean cut there. The absolute nonsense that was whatever Vonnie did in this race in particular is gonna follow me forever. I'm gonna be in bed tonight looking up at my ceiling, trying to sleep, just like, how did he do that?
Well, I mean, you remember that book, like Chicken Noodle Soup for the Soul? I swear there's going to be a book called 101 Ways to Dodge a Blue Shell. Because there's so many different ways. It's just like, okay, do you fall off the track? Do you get hit by a banana? Do you throw a green shell at yourself and ricochet it? Do you just get hit? Do you back up? There's so many things you could do with a blue shell. It's what's going to be best for you in that scenario when you're on the clock.
There's going to be so many things you can learn from here today. How to dodge blue shells, how to take advantage of the course that you're racing on, how to properly execute a pop-off. There's a lot of things going on here. It's fun and educational here at the HyperX Arena. And so once again, thank you all for coming out. Thank you for supporting your favorites. And thank you for just being here and watching a great game.
Okay, I'm going to stop you for a second. You said you're going to learn how to pop off. So, okay, teach me here. What are the rules or what are the requirements to have a good pop-off?
Rule number 1, only pop off when you actually do something impressive. I say rookie mistake. Rookie mistake is to pop off simply when you win. If you take a casual path into victory, listen, feel good about yourself. Certainly have pride, but do not pop off. Rule number 2 is you got to watch your surroundings. There's nothing that ruins a good pop-off more than accidentally like clipping a monitor or cracking somebody they had behind you. Now you're a meme. Now you're on YouTube and people won't stop talking about it. Rule number 3 is have fun with it. If you just gotten on top and you did something wild, people aren't dabbing anymore, but Kiro was hyped, so he's allowed to. Just do what you feel. Pop off from the heart. That's really what matters.
Well, let's find out who's going to be popping off from semifinal 1 as we got those scores in right now. And also, as you can see right here, Vonnie with 63, Funny Name with 59, Geronimo with 54, going all the way down with Kiro barely he did pretty good. 42 points making the cut. Well, Heart and Soul, NQ 2 inches, Heidi, Cora D, and 13. Your night's going to be ending tonight.
That being said, it was a great night for them. We saw a lot of great moments from all of these competitors, and so big props to them. Please give these people some love, and I hope you will be around the next time they come through for SNS, where they possibly might be the ones going through into our finals. But for the time being, we have semifinal group 2, do we not?
Yeah, we got 12 more racers to fill in our grand finals coming up very shortly, and I think this is probably going to be our harder one. We also got players like Jinx, for example, and Blue Tunic who want to get in there.
I'm very excited for it. This is going to be great to see. I have been waiting a long time for this, I got to admit. We're looking at a lot of great names onto the board, but we're also going to take a quick break as per the usual, just to give them enough time to get into their seats. So do not go too far. Get hype for our second semifinal group. We'll be right back right after this. People, everybody, it is time once again for us to return to the stage because it is time for our semifinal group number 2. There are some names I know you've been looking forward to in this group, about to get out there and try to earn their place in the finals. I know because there are some names I'm looking forward to. What are you looking forward to?
Let's be honest. The whole chat's hyping Jinx.
Let's address the elephant in the room. There are some Jinx fans. Do I hear some Jinx fans in the audience, perhaps, here in the arena? I think I do.
I mean, why not? Jinx has done phenomenal throughout her time here in Saturday Night Speedway. Not just this one, but even weeks before. She's been with us for at least 20 SNSs. So the fact that she's been with us this long and I genuinely think she's the next new person to win SNS.
That being said, we have another competitor that I've been hearing a lot about. Sneaks, I've been hearing. It's quite the competitor as well. I've been getting the sense that he just might be the one to take it through the tournament here, while he may not be the only competitor here with a lot of firepower behind him at all. He is certainly one of the front runners.
He's so young, so he has so much to learn, and he just absorbs this game so quick. But another person who's young is also Immortal Man. Immortal Man is, once again, another young competitor who just absorbs all this SNS information and has really shown like a high caliber of play here in the Luxor Resort and Casino.
It is great to see. And again, just continuing to go down because there's so many people I'm so excited for. Knight has done some pretty great things already. I've been taking a look at things that Knight has done just in the qualifiers even, and it's made me hyped to see what goes through here.
Yeah, but what doesn't make me hype is unfortunately Nightcrawler. This is probably one of his last times racing for a while. His new job has gotten in the way. And obviously life is important. We want to support these people in their lives outside the arena as well. So, first of all, thank you, Knight, for showing up every week, and we can't wait for you guys to come back.
Absolutely. Big props to Knight and a big send-off as he goes through the next stage. And once again, give that support, give that send-off. Who knows when we'll be seeing him again next, but one way or another, nothing but well wishes. And hey, maybe one last W on the way out.
Yeah, I mean, he is one of the, I would say, the leaders of the Mario Kart community. Everyone knows him. He does a lot of the admin work for like Mario Kart Central, for example. So he is someone that a lot of people look up to in this community. So I definitely want him to win one of these events sooner than later.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I've seen a couple of highlights from him, honestly. Like, he's one of the names that I can say that I've seen quite a bit of his skills out there on the track. And so I've got the confidence in him, certainly. Again, he's got some competition. He's got some wild people to try and go up against. So it's not going to be easy by any means. But there's so many people out there with potential to win. So many people that have really, really good reasons for you to be putting some faith behind them. That's what makes it a great game, when it is really like you do not know for certain who's going to be coming through number one at all.
Yeah, and like, just so you know, Nightcrawler, he was known for being the second chance king, from making kids, unfortunately, making kids cry in second chance for beating him, to being the shine thief god. This guy has put in so much energy to SNS. I'm so glad that he's with us.
And it is going to be great to see then this send-off game. For all those reasons and more, folks, once again, we've been talking about these names. There's a lot of people in this group that I'm very excited to see. And no doubt you've got a couple of your favorites through. So once again, get hyped, whether you're here in the arena or in the chat. Take this opportunity. Precious seconds left. If that order you put in a little while ago is just about to come up, get yourself situated, because this is going to be a nice good stretch of matches, to be sure. It's not going to go by too quick, but you're not going to want to miss even a moment of it, because these are the best of the best, the cream of the crop, having risen to the top for the evening.
Yeah, absolutely. Get that bag of popcorn ready, pop it open, and just get ready for some good caramel fun.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, caramel popcorn. Why would you do this to me? What is with you and bringing up delicious food? You're targeting my favorites: nachos, mozzarella sticks. What next are you going to talk about? Filet mignon?
What's filet mignon? Oh, that's the meat thing.
The meat.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I'm caught out. I should have just said steak. I've never had filet mignon. What am I talking about? But still, targeting the foods that I love the most. But enough of that. Enough of me being hungry constantly. We have our next one getting selected as we speak. We get to see what they are in for. Ticking down the clock. It is going to be...
TikTok clock again, man.
Hey, it's a good day for me and a bad day for everybody else.
It's a lot of repeating tracks today, and it's actually one of my favorite parts about playing on random. You just don't, every day is going to be different. I mean, people are going to remember this SNS as a lot of TikTok, and then the next SNS, it could be a lot of Moo Moo Meadows. It's whatever.
Right, which keeps you from feeling like you have to be good at a particular setup. You can feel like you can specialize in something, but it also encourages you to like know every track at least a bit so you're prepared. But you never know when your specialty is going to come up. Someone out there might be a TikTok clock man.
Yeah, absolutely. But just remember, 6 people moving on, 12 racers. We're getting ready for the grand finals with race number 1 of semifinal 2.
Hitting the banana right on the ramp. That is not going to be great, unfortunately. Immortal Man is up in first. Knew he was going to be getting good things out of him, so it comes as no surprise. Going to lose 1 item to the boot. Ninja Buddy in third has the mushroom and little elf, but he's just picked up a second one. Going to be hit right on top of the turn there. Unfortunately, he's going to pick up a bob-omb for his troubles. Meanwhile, Free Dizzle in second.
Throw it.
Ahead.
Throw it.
Throw
I dare
it.
you.
Come on. Come on. Are you brave? No, he's saving it for
No,
later.
he's saving it.
Cautious. Have in fourth here. Keeping an eye on. We can see first, second, and third all from the range of the fourth player's perspective as he charges forward. Gets that turn very well, avoids. I don't know what to call that part of a clock. Any name I can think up with, I feel like is incorrect, so I'm just not going to say it. Meanwhile, Immortal Man is going to hold on to his first place position.
Yeah, first place right now with a green shell. He's going to throw that behind him, try to get something different. Oh, no, he's just going to hold it. Okay, Mortal. I wouldn't have done that, but okay.
Oh, God, that turn hurt. That turn hurt really bad. Free Dizzle knocked into fifth, it looks like. Meanwhile, second place. We got the Yosh going overhead with the red shell, so you know he is safe. We are on to our third lap. Some support coming through in the arena right now.
Yeah, so he threw the red shell, and it's going to hit Immortal. He has no defensive. It depends what this Yoshi gets on his second item. Because once he crosses the same place that Immortal did, is when he'll either be able to attack or he's going to play for like second place.
Pumping right off of that lever? I don't know. Anybody in the chat wants to let me know what that part of a grandfather clock is called. But we have right now Jinx in third, doing pretty solid job despite the efforts. I'm hearing Pendulum. And I believe it. It's the best suggestion I've gotten so far. Meanwhile, Immortal Man, as we speak, absolutely free as a bird sailing into first place. Another day, another win. We are just getting started, though.
Love it. He's just like peace. Easy.
Yeah, again, sometimes it's subtle. Sometimes it's just, I did that. Moving on.
These players have character. Like every single time they win, they do something. It's kind of like a video game when like instead of like the idle animation, it's like their victory pose.
Yeah. That's, again, personality. And again, fighting game nerd, I'm going to say it. That is one of the things you notice the most. There's a reason that people have been playing Third Strike for the past, what is it now, 20 years?
Well, that's because that's the best Street Fighter.
Because it's the best Street Fighter because of the detail, because of the polish, because of the little things, those tiny interactions between people, and that is very much the same thing you get when you get into esports. It has such a wide range of people that can come through and become great at esports, a wide number of people that can become members of the community in esports, and that brings together such a great mix of personalities, of styles, of those little things that make just people different, that draws your eye, that creates a story, that makes things like this hype. It truly is like a really interesting microcosm of just like people in general coming together.
And so, yeah.
I'm tearing up a little bit, man. It's beautiful.
No, don't cry. I have no napkins for you. He's like, oh, wipe you. No,
I'll
okay.
just use the mask.
That's dual purpose there. But as we're approaching our second race, we're going to Toad Harbor here. Remember, top 6 move on.
Very excited for this. Immortal Man, absolutely front and center in my mind as one of our potential front runners. Far from the only. Remember, Steeks is in here. Remember, Jinx is in here. Remember, JJ's out here. That's right, give us support. Remember, Knight is in here. We're getting some people on the way. And speaking of which, there he is, slipping into second, but not for too long. You know he just passed that banana. All good. Meanwhile, Knight pushing up in 6th currently, but duking it out for fifth.
Wow.
For second, I mean.
Knight got extremely lucky. That should have freaking trailed and hit him all the way back, but he just kind of squeaked on through. So, you know, he should be praising the Mario Kart gods on that one.
Sometimes RNG comes through for you. Immortal Man, meanwhile, on the right, is going to push up in 3rd at the moment. Meanwhile, Batter Cookie is just behind in 4th, but looking at 3rd and 2nd directly ahead means that could change fast, and it does. Only getting into 3rd, but, it's sailing way into 2nd off of that turn.
Yeah, I see Immortal Man. You notice, like, you can see all these players, they're cutting that grass. That's stuff that normal players don't do. So that's the kind of skill level that you can expect when racing in the semifinals.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Again, seeing those little indicators. That's one of my favorite things in esports, honestly, and picking up new esports in general, is figuring out what are the tiny indicators that someone is really, really good. Those small things you can tell, like anytime you see somebody doing that one little thing that to the innocent eye is nothing, and you're like, oh, that person's good.
Well, we got Blue Shell about to hit Sneaks, but he's so far ahead, I don't see anything. I don't see any worry here for him right now.
Not at all. This is, however, the second lap, meaning that there is one ahead. That might be a little bit of encouragement, a little bit of help for someone in second. Oh my goodness, that was a lot happening. Once we see Batter Cookie sail, was that from second to 7?
Yeah. When you get hit in semifinals, you usually lose at least 6 places.
Oh boy, it's going to be a rough position, but we do have the majority of the track still ahead of us on our third lap. 3 Shrooms on deck for second place. Sneak, meanwhile, is still in first, pushing the lead.
Well, see, his second place. He had a red shell. He knows first place doesn't have an item box, but I don't think he's going to throw it because Blue Tunic's in second right now.
With the star. Now, absolutely invulnerable, able to push forward. Sneaks is in first. He knows that certain doom is coming for him. He's going to pop the coin right at the end there. It's going to hurt him bad. He's going to be knocked back, and it looks like first is going to belong to Blue Tunic.
Great job for Blue Tunic. I'm not sure if you noticed, he quote, smuggled. Smuggled is a term where you take an item from the back of the pack and move it up to the front without using it. So if you notice, he had a star in second place. That the fact that he moved it back from like a 10th or 11th all the way up to second, then popped it off, like you can't hit the dude.
Right, this is wild to think of, because you would think moving back that far, you can understand the idea of bagging and trying to get those good items to save them for later. You would think that's what you would use to get that far ahead, not what you would use when you're that far ahead. But saving for the end there meant that nothing could stop him. Either he gets into first, and then it doesn't matter. Blue Shell, go ahead, I have star. Or at the very least, he'll get him close.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the kind of strategies you'll see in semifinals. It's so difficult to kind of manage all these players, especially when they're kind of doing those difficult plays of taking items that you normally shouldn't see in the position that you're in.
It was a beautiful thing to watch in action. We have our next track coming up in just a few moments. What is it going to be? Good or bad? It's going to. We got Wario.
Hey, it's Wario Stadium.
Once again, Wario Stadium.
This track, it looks really easy and it looks like there's a lot of zip pads, but you're going to notice, like watching first, second, and third place, they're going to manipulate the way they drift to really accelerate them beyond what an average player can. And I'll walk you through that whenever I see it.
Yeah. Keeping it, once again, Turn 9 here to give us the inside information, to give us the details in case you are a more casual fan than some, or even if you are just looking for, again, this is top tier information. Even if you are a competitor, this could be news, this could be things to keep a close ear out for. As we have Sneaks in third here. A lot of fighting there. Oh my God.
You notice all those players. You saw Sneaks, he was drifting on the right. That's one of those little manipulations. You saw Jinx doing those double jumps right there. Those are little tiny things that help you go a little bit faster than the average player.
Absolutely phenomenal to watch. Cutting across with these corners. Very risky here, but Batter Cookie is in second, looking for a chance to shoot ahead. Got the red shell on deck. Ninja Buddy in third. Has Mushroom and the banana.
And if you notice Ninja Buddy, he's been using an advanced technique where you let go of your drift after the glider section so that you get to keep the speed of your boost.
He's got the air horn on deck. Blue Tunic is pretty safe as a result and has a good amount of distance between himself and second place. Not too much under danger here, but Ninja Buddy is close at hand. We are on our second lap. With still quite a bit of track left to go.
He has to be careful because first place has that sound horn, so he can't mushroom too close to him.
There's a lot of managing position here, a lot of being very, very careful, trying to keep in mind what kind of items you need, what kind of position you want to be in for that final lap push that we're getting ever closer to. Blue Tunic going to be the first to get into lap 3 here. Still has the air horn and has the coin. Absolutely going to hold on to that air horn for the right moment. It's got to be for a blue shell.
Yeah, he's holding it for a blue shell. He's hoping a boo doesn't come take his items.
All he can do is hope. We have it here in fifth. Jinx is looking for a chance to try and push ahead. Not too bad on the standings there, but again, as we have these rankings overall being calculated, all the points being added up, does not want to lose too much ground. Blue Tunic still in first.
Yeah, Blue Tunic's probably going to run this away. There's no shortcut or not enough distance, so unless it's like a blue shell pops in, Blue Tunic's taking first place.
Can it happen? Can we get 2 blue shells in a row? There's a red shell that's going to clip his wings a bit mid-air. Another one coming through. It's going to be able to slow him down a bit. It does! It takes first place from Blue Tunic!
Ninja Buddy just stealing that with a double red at the end. Yeah, you can see Blue Tunic's like, what? Come on.
It's like a pop-off for your opponent. That's like popping somebody else off. You're just like, what did you just do? That was crazy. I feel like I spoke that into power a little bit. I'm sorry. I said 2 blue shells. Can we do it? Instead it was 2 red. But hey, same difference.
Well, I apologize to Blue Tunic for the caster curse. I'll try not to do that again. But that's actually really risky, just so you know. Throwing 2 red shells, because it leaves you defenseless at the end. You saw being defenseless at the line really sucks. So, the fact that he was able to see, hey, there's no one behind me. I got 2 red shells. I'm going to go for it. I'm taking the risk, and it paid off.
Yeah, big risk, big reward, big hype. Once again, if you've got me to yell, so you know you did well. Anytime I raise my voice, you should take that as words of encouragement, as if you needed any, because again, the crowd is doing so well tonight. We're getting a lot of fan support, and we love to hear it. We are not done yet. Semifinals still underway, so there is still opportunities here for some things to be, things to adjust, some wrongs to be righted, and for folks like Ninja Buddy, like Blue Tunic, like Sneaks, like Jinx to try and defend their positions.
Well, yeah, we got 3 races left as we're heading into springtime at Animal Crossing. This is such a beautiful track. I don't know. I love Animal Crossing. It's such a cute game.
Near and dear to my heart. I wish I had to leave this Animal Crossing one day. One day it will be mine. But for the time being, we get to enjoy the sights and the sounds of this gorgeous track. The Free Dizzle in 4th. Batter Cookie here in 3rd and passing into 2nd, sailing right on by.
Yeah, Batter taking the inside corner there. There was no items that he had to worry about, so it was totally worth it for him. Immortal's also kind of stuck taking the generic path in 1st place. And without a double item box, he's going to be stuck holding that banana for a little bit.
Motorman in 1st here with 2nd, very close behind, rocking 3 green shells, ready to fire up, but we see somebody with a star come ahead and a bullet bill somewhere in the distance.
Yeah, man, a lot just happened right there. I'm trying to dissect it, but he had triple green shells, so players were literally taking super wide turns to stay away from him, but they were using a golden mushroom to get away from it.
Interesting play, but it has not stopped Immortal Man from leading the pack here with a good margin between himself and 2nd place. He's got a coin in hand and a banana peel, and that's all he's got to keep him safe, but he is on the 3rd lap, so we just might be able to get through all the way to the very end. Jinx in 2nd, however, is well in place, in 3rd now, but still very, very close at hand on this very radical drift.
You saw that map awareness? Jinx knew there was a red shell behind her without even looking. So she took it super wide.
Again, the tactics, the high game IQ, as we say, coming through. Knight, meanwhile, is going to take a big hit there. And then back into 11th, as this is the final stretch. Not a lot of time left to try and get further up in those rankings.
Yeah, Immortal, nothing's going to be coming into play, even with a mushroom. Immortal Man's taking 1st place in race number 4.
Phenomenal finish. Immortal Man, at this point, gotta be in, right? At this point, gotta be in. What do you think?
Never count someone in semifinals.
But what
Never.
about it? Come on.
No,
come on.
you'd be surprised how many times I'm like, I got this, and then I slack off for 2 races, and then it's like.
You heard it here, folks. But that also means that some of our competitors who may be lower on the rankings still have a shot. That being said, I gotta say, win, lose, whatever goes through here, we've gotten a great show out of all of them. I'm willing to give props immediately to folks like Immortal Man, like Sneaks, like Blue Tunic, like JJ, like my God, Ninja Buddy. We need to have a talk about what you did, because there are some things here that are going on the highlights reel for sure.
Yeah, and absolutely. And, Ninja Buddy, just know that Luxor has security if you ever need a place to walk back to your car, just in case. I'm just kidding.
So it's at that moment where, again, all in good fun, you will have people like, I just want to talk. I don't have a conversation. I just want to talk to you. Hey, let's talk. I've seen that plenty of times. That's me with my friends, where it's like, I'm gonna find you eventually. I can't tell you, I got a friend in Arizona who I have been talking about that the next time I meet, we are gonna have words for a long time. Love him to death, but he does things like this to me in games, and so he must pay for his crimes.
Yeah, sometimes you call each other friends and then you hit them. I don't know.
You call each other friends and then you hit 2 rich shells.
Yeah, so Mount Wario, race 5 of 6 in semifinal 2. 2 more races to see who's going to be able to move on to our grand finals. Just also so you know, grand finals is where the money's at. You hit grand finals, you're getting paid.
Oh boy, and once again, in case you forgot, there's money on the line. These players are going to be walking away not just with pride, but also a little bit of spending money. Maybe to spend immediately at the bar on some good food and drink. Maybe to take with you, go out, who knows. One way or another, it is a strong encouragement as we get close to the end of our 2nd semifinal group, and thus are racing towards the finals. With Free Dizzle here in 3rd, rocking out with. Let's see what item he rolls. Gets the banana.
Yeah, I love how Immortal Man's capitalizing on being pole position as he's keeping it. That's one of the important things about Mario Kart is constantly using your pole position to stay in the lead.
Getting hit there, knocked back from second all the way into seventh. My goodness, eighth, ninth. Sneaks is suffering right now. Meanwhile, Knight is prospering up in third, pushing ahead. This part is treacherous. This is really, really a difficult spot.
And you saw right there, Knight knew he got too close. You can't tailgate someone who has a shell. Keep your social distance when it comes to these racers.
At the same time, though, that was a great spot to try and evade green shells. You saw a couple of things, missing their target there. Now on the slopes, Knight is sailing back into seventh yet again with a little bit of difficulty maintaining his pace. Meanwhile, way up in first, we have the air horn in, which means he is safe from, I was going to say the blue shell, but I don't know. Maybe there's other color shells that are going to be a dangerous thing to look out for based on recent memory.
Well, it's good that he has a sound horn, so if anyone takes this final shortcut here on the left side, he's just going to horn them and make sure they don't pass.
That's right, and as this is the very end, he is safe. At this point, nothing could, never mind! Gets close to the green shell, he doesn't use the air horn in time! Oh my God, literally at the 1 minute! Literally the only thing that could have, because if it had been a red or a blue, he could have seen it coming. It would have given him the pop-up alert because it was specifically a trick shot with the green shell. Didn't see it coming. Beautiful play there on the finish. Oh my God, what have I done?
Well, I'm just going to stop caster cursing people for the second time tonight. No more Surnine curse like a Geronimo curse.
Oh my God. That was wild. So apparently...
I thought he had it, man.
I literally thought, that is I can't think of anything else. Again, you have a greater range of expertise than I do. Is there anything else that could have stopped him? That would have been, because if it had been a shock, it would have been for everybody. If it had been a red or a blue shell, he would have gotten an alert, he would have been more aware of it. Is there anything else that could have stopped him there?
To be honest, it was his fault because he wasn't looking behind him when that green shell was thrown.
That's a rough play. So again, it is avoidable by one metric. There was one way he could have stopped that, is he had done the quick look back. And there at the end, that could have saved him.
All he had to do was just tap A and he'd be like, oh, someone threw a green shell there. Let me turn this direction.
Yeah, but again, that is a great play on the person right behind him with that shot ready to go, ready to exploit that one moment of lacking observation. But we are still not done yet. On to the next race we go, and the next opportunity for everybody to try and pick up some more points before we get to the end here.
I've never seen someone dance in semifinals like I have nothing to worry about. Every time I go in semifinals, it's just like stress, stress, and stress. And you see, it's almost insulting to see Immortal having a good time here.
That is the difference in that's the way the competitive players are, though. There are some people that in hard times they have to like shut it down and not worry. Other people, you need that stress to make you a better player. It's a little bit weird that way. Like they're the players that can put their emotions into the game. They can get happy when they win, mad when they're losing, and perform better based on that. Other people, either way, will throw you off.
Well, bad luck for Ninja Buddy with that thrown bomb. The tracks are so narrow here, especially for this Ice Outpost. It's really easy to hit people with bombs on this track.
Knight has the air horn in second place. He's got great defense on his side here, and he's not making the same mistakes as earlier. We see a blue shell going up, so first is about to get hit. There it goes. Jinx is going to take that damage.
But Jinx has 2 defensive items. Oh, and air horn.
Oh, that's going to be rough. Knight, as a result, takes that lead, sailing away.
I thought Knight was going to get rid of that air horn at one point, but he kept it that entire time since the last time we saw him, and then used it when Jinx was ahead. Great play and great, I guess, kind of patience with his items.
Pushing up, Knight is in a very solid lead there. Look at the distance between first and second here. Meanwhile, Blue Tunic in third is in a very contestable range. The green shell going through, not going to connect with anybody, but we see a star in the back.
Yeah, but take a look at the distance here. Second, third, and fourth place. They're going to start getting a more mid-pack items with the back of the pack.
Oh, and knocked off the track. Jinx with a big hit. That one is going to hurt. Meanwhile, Knight in second place is sailing ahead. We are on our third lap, so this is the final push, and that finish line is very close at hand. Last possible opportunities for some turnarounds.
Oh, and lightning comes out, so more than likely Blue Tunic. Whoa!
Oh no, that gap is closing. He's got some space, though. He might just do it. Is he going to be able to? Hot on his heels. He sails by in second at the last possible minute. King Boo reigns supreme, coming through with that first play. Even he is stopped.
Where did that red shell come from? Holy cow!
The Koopas are lethal tonight. What is it with shells in this second semifinal group? It's always the shells.
It's just there's so much that happened there. Lightning struck, so no one should have had an item, but red shell still hits. Then out of nowhere, someone freaking mushrooms in front.
So the shell was already out. So the shell went out. That must be what happened then, right? Shell was out, shock happened, and then the shell hit?
I have no idea where that red shell came from. I have no idea.
Oh God, there must be some shooters on the play because we have nothing but shells. Oh my God.
Yeah, but let's take a look back at that semifinal because that was just a mess at the end. Ninja Buddy putting on a phenomenal show today.
That was beautiful to watch in action. Free Dizzle carrying King Boo's crown into quite the leading spot here, but we got a lot of competitors that did some great work there. Immortal Man, well decorated all up and down the semifinal. Been keeping an eye on him since the qualifiers, and all for good reason. You have Knight once again putting up a great performance here in a send-off game. Love to see it. Sneaks to absolutely no one's surprise, doing very, very well, but facing some strong challenges. Not absolutely dominant by any means, which once again is just all the more reason to be excited for how well he has done.
Yeah, these competitors are going against the best, and a lot of these players here in SNS are some of the best players in North America. This is not a free competition at all.
This is very, very wild. So once again, big props to absolutely everybody supporting, and thank you so much for coming through to participate, to watch, to gas up your favorites, to pick up some new favorites, or just to chill and dream that one day this will be you, because once again, one day this could be you on this stage. This is an avenue to doing something absolutely wild and crazy, and to be the next person that caused me to lose my voice live on stage.
Yeah, I'm loving these pop-offs from the players. He was doing the little hand gestures and stuff. Like this is so good. But
you gotta have a good pop-off.
Lots of close matches in the semifinal. Like, I'm not used to seeing so many last-second miss-outs on the final, on the finish line.
It is wild. I mean, hey, I'm glad this is my game back. I'm glad this is where I get to be reintroduced as Saturday Night Speedway, because it's absolutely been a great one to see.
Yeah, bad luck by Jinx right there.
That was brutal.
That shouldn't have
probably
happened.
The most devastating, being knocked off the side like that, and such a narrow window of opportunity that could have happened too. If he had been a little bit further ahead, would have been golden.
Yeah, absolutely. And Free Dizzle, look at that. And to be honest, I think Free Dizzle was on the bubble. I don't know what points he has right now, but I know that first place is extremely critical for him.
Very, very important. So as we look ahead, we have an opportunity to look at these scores and see how everybody has done, see what the damage is, and look at Blue Tunic reigning supreme on top at 60 points. Immortal Man right behind him in second at 58. Sneaks is in third at 45, as well as Batter Cookie in fourth. We have Bear in fifth, and Jinx coming through in sixth.
Rest in peace for Free Dizzle right there. Imagine getting first place on the final race, but still not enough to move on.
That's unfair, but again, imagine it. It was close. That's right. We are here. It was close. And again, we cannot forget that game. We cannot forget that game. Free Dizzle is not leaving. Free Dizzle is going to live rent-free in a lot of people's heads moving forward. So come back to this next Saturday Night Speedway. Who knows when you will see him coming through with the big win.
Yeah, absolutely. But now with that being said, we have our 12 competitors here for our grand finals coming up very shortly.
We sure do. I am so hyped for this. There are some incredible names here, some people with some incredible moments on the board, and getting to see them now at long last go head-to-head against our first group of semifinalists in the actual finals. This is it, the final stretch. Please, for the love of God, get yourselves prepared. By now, no doubt, maybe you've been holding out. Maybe you said, no, I don't need to eat anything. Stop telling me about the food. But now we're slowly but surely starting to work on you, as my co-host has done to me, and you're finally hungry. Keep an eye out. Get the food ready to go, because you are not going to want to go anywhere in these finals.
Yeah, well, get your popcorn ready. But if you're a finalist, hey, Vonnie, Funny Name, Geronimo, Toad, Karma, LVZ, Kiro, Blue Tunic, Immortal, Sneaks, Batter Cookie, Bear, and Jinx, we need you up in the hype tunnel right now. We're getting ready for your grand finals coming up.
This is the moment we have all been waiting for, the moment that the whole night has been building to. Finals will be coming through right after this quick break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back. It is time for our grand finals, for our winners to be decided. Is everybody hyped for us to wrap up a fantastic evening of Mario Kart here for Saturday Night Speedway? Thank you, everybody. So let's get into it. We are going to be bringing our set of competitors to the stage as we get ready to go down. Are you hyped, Sir Nine?
Oh, heck yes. This is the final 12. This is the best part of SNS. It's like, okay, look, they already won the money. Now they're going for title. They're going for pride. They're going for that plaque. But with that being said, I think it's time to bring these players down.
Let's get into it. Coming through, we have Bonnie, our absolute champion. We have Funny Name. We have Geronimo, Toad, Karma, Kiro, Blue Tunic, Immortal Man, Sneaks, Batter Cookie, Bear, and Jinx.
Yeah, put your hands together for these players. These are their best Mario Kart players for the week, and they're probably the best in North America. But it's time to go for that plaque. They want that first place title. They want to prove they are SNS champions.
And that is absolutely what we are going to be getting through a true champion. This has been a gauntlet so far. We have had a wide range of situations. We have had people in close range kind of games. We have had the longest tracks in the game. We have had high notes. We have had low notes. We have had maps we all know and love. We have maps none of us can stand. And they have persevered through all of it to get here.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of discipline that these players have from throwing their items, holding their items, knowing their tracks, when to take shortcuts. There is so much knowledge from these players that even I struggle to comprehend. And that's probably why I haven't won an SNS in freaking 90 events.
Today, I saw someone bring a star into second place. I saw someone get hit with 2 red shells in first. I have seen things I didn't think I would ever. I've seen things I couldn't conjure go down here. I have seen someone get hit with every negative item in the game all at once and not drop more than a place. I don't know what's going to happen here.
I mean, the best part is now that you've been doing this and now you know what competitive Mario Kart is, you can bring your friends over to your place and be like, hey, I bet you $5 I'm going to win.
And now I can take advantage of the people that don't understand the true complexity of Mario Kart and get really, really good at winning bets. I can hustle people. I can show up in places and it's like, hey, you know what, man, $20, man, I went on the next one. I'm not going to, and then you lose that one. And then you say, hey, all right, come on, man, double or nothing. You come close, but you lose that one as well. Then on the third, okay, let's do 60, man. I can do this. And then you win. Big shout out, of course, by the way, to our phenomenal crowd. Thank y'all so much for making this even more hype. But truly, there is nothing better. There's no way to replicate an audience that is truly hyped for the competitors. Thank you for supporting these people on stage. They need the love, and clearly it is paid off. They've given you a great show, so give them some shout-outs in response. It is great to hear you have made this performance, made this viewing experience all the better.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Esports Arena for even bringing those couches out there. It just brings us such a huge, amazing live experience for our viewers, and whether it's from YouTube or here at the arena.
It's absolutely phenomenal. I need to talk to the interior decorator for the arena to get some work done for my apartment. But for the time being, we're going to focus on our competitors, what they have coming through. I mean, we got a great list of names here. I mean, we were talking over the course of the break about some competitors that we are looking to keep an eye on. We've talked way since the beginning of this just about people we wanted to know. And a lot of the names we discussed are here in our grand finals. We got Bonnie, we have Funny Name, we have Geronimo, we have Sneaks, we have Jinx, we have all these people that the chat as well have been very vocal about over the course of the evening.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we both have 2 different experiences with Mario Kart. You're more, I don't want to say the casual, but you're very new to the scene. I've been very competitive. Who do you think is going to win? And then I'll tell you who I think is going to win, and we could kind of compare notes here.
All right, if I had to pick absolutely one, it would be very difficult because I really feel like there's a range of people that I feel a similar level of strength about. Putting me on the spot, Blue Tunic has surprised me. Blue Tunic has given me the energy not just of I feel like he has what it takes to win, which I do. He absolutely does. But something about how far he has come relative to who I was focusing on makes me think that is the underdog that is going to come like behind my shoulder and take it all.
Yeah, and the reason I asked for your opinion is because like you get to see the upcoming competitors. You know, you look at someone, you're like, oh, that guy's doing better. Well, I'm kind of blinded. I'm like, okay, his skill is at this, his and this. So it's good to see who's uprising from your point of view. But for me, my name is on Funny Name. Because Funny Name, when you watch this guy race, he is so specific in his movements with his character card, how he's moving, remember how he was talking about that red shell, how he was drifting to purposely get that red shell hit by the ramp. These kind of little mechanics is what makes a good racer and a great racer.
It was great to watch. Again, these are moments that are going to be replaying in the back of my head all throughout the night to come. But honestly, these next couple of moments, I won't be thinking about any of that. My entire focus, every brain cell I've got, what few are rattling around in there, are going to be focused on this because, trust me, there's a lot to watch.
Yeah, well, here we go. We got 6 races here in our grand finals, and our first race is going to be Ribbon Road.
We talked about this earlier. You love this map. I love this map, so this is a good pick.
I mean, look at this track. This is beautiful. I mean, the Game Boy Advance, you could barely even show 3D graphics.
You could barely. This is Kiro holding on to second as we get things started. Already on this great map, which again, classic. Like, I love the nostalgia factor of Nintendo games. They really go the extra mile, even in maps that could be very bare bones. You go, oh, I remember that one, but they don't stop there. This has a lot of love put into it, and a lot of anger for some potentially, as it does have a couple of turns that are a little bit tough to take.
Well, funny name, obviously falling off. He definitely has some choice words for that. Vonnie, though, 4 mushrooms, and there's a lot of cuts in this track. And so he has a great potential to use this. He's going to cut right here where first place is, and I think he's going to be able to catch up or pass first place after these 2 more turns.
Getting that clean turn there, trying to make it past the wind-up Toys of Bowser's. It's on the tip of my tongue what the literal name of those are. I knew at one point. And the fact that I can't recall at the moment eats me up inside. But Geronimo here is going to lose a place or 2, but not by all that much, so I'm sure he's not going to be too concerned about it. Meanwhile, Toad up in third. Going to go for the skip. He's going to go for the skip. He's got the mushrooms to help him through it.
Yeah, you've got to take these cuts when you're in grand finals. Every time you take a long cut, you're just eating up time that you could be using to catch up to first place.
At the same time, it's going to be highly contested territory, so you got to keep an eye out. You got to watch your back because there are people waiting to hit you the minute you try to go for the jump. Vonnie in first, however, despite everything, and he gets the air horn, and he's going to pop up with it right away, meaning he won't have it for long.
Yeah, no, I think that was a good call, even if he got hit by the red shell. He saw 3 green shells behind him. He didn't want that person to get up in the front with 3 green shells. There's nothing worse than first place with 3 defensive items.
Ooh, nothing at all. Up close here. Evan going once again for the jump, and sliding off, unfortunately. That's going to put him on the long path as well. And then the blue shell coming through.
Huge misplay going on for him, and he deserves it, now hitting into 7th place on the final turn.
Real rough here. Meanwhile, Kiro is also having a bit of a time there. We see him being brought back on by Lakito, and he's in 10th.
Kiro spamming his red shell is probably pissing off the middle pack there as this Roy hitting 2nd place.
Oh my God, sliding through into first. What a finish.
There's a lot going on there. A lot of misplays. I'm surprised. For a finalist, I saw players constantly falling off the track for no reason whatsoever. It wasn't like they were trying to dodge a blue shell or something like that. It was obvious misplays. So these competitors are either A, really nervous for grand finals, or B, they need to like dial it in.
I mean, hey, if there's any place in which I could understand nerves, it's grand finals. I have seen a lot of competitions in my day. I have, being on the stage, I'm nervous, and I'm not playing. I'm just sitting next to the people that are playing, and my nerves get to me. So I can understand, but at the same time, they are competitors. This isn't the first time for a lot of people here by a long stretch, some longer than others. And so whether or not this is nerves that are going to be, again, shaken off with experience and just time being spent here, or whether or not it was just maybe some misplays, maybe tired, maybe it's just stamina running out. One way or another, we have a couple of more opportunities for them to potentially make up for some early game plays, especially considering so many people had those difficulties. It wasn't just one person.
Yeah, it was a whole lot, and I think that Ribbon Road is a difficult track, especially to start out right off on the grand final. But we're actually going back to Ice Outpost again for race number 2.
Here we go, another familiar track and another familiar face is Kiro. He's getting things started. Going to be sliding into 10th for the time being, picking up some items. Got the mushroom on deck, no problem. Meanwhile, Vonnie is up in 2nd as we really start to get our initial positions established.
I like how Vonnie's just stayed behind, get that updraft so he can catch up in the first with a double item, but he doesn't take the shortcut. Neither does this first place Waluigi right here. But with a double item box on his way, he really doesn't have too much to worry about.
Forward. In a comfortable first for the time being, but Batter Cookie is not at all without worry.
Take a look at this. He has that bomb, so he may lay it right after this double jump.
Wait to see whether or not that's the case. Doesn't look like it. Oh, there it goes. I saw it pop off in the distance there.
But I didn't connect with anyone, unfortunately. Immortal with a mushroom and banana. Not going to be able to do much yet, but it's going to keep him in the runnings for this race.
In 2nd place at the time and eyeing first, absolutely. Not going to go for the skip there, meaning Vonnie gets a little bit more leg room. but not all that much, honestly. Less than I was expecting looking back and seeing Immortal Man right there.
So Vonnie, this is where you can start bluffing. He's in a good bluff point because no one knows he has the sound horn. If anyone catches up to him, he could pop it off. But looks like someone pulled a red. Oh, wait, did he dodge that red shell? I cannot tell. We got to find out shortly.
Hitting the twist here, gonna go for the cut. Ooh, a little bit risky there, but he nails it. I'm sure that wasn't as arduous as it looks, but I could feel in my bones that's where I would mess up. Immortal Man here in third, and Vonnie gonna get hit with the blue shell in first, and then he's gonna lose 3 positions, but all of them are immediately in front. He gets third back, he loses it again. Funny name, about to get hit with the red. Is gonna get knocked all the way back to 5th with 6 right behind him. Immortal Man is in first once again, but he is not at all ahead of the pack. Look at how close second is right behind him.
But he has a mushroom. Oh, wait, Kiro has a mushroom too. It just depends what his second item is. With a red shell, but with a banana being in first place just needs to nail this cut.
They're pushing through. Immortal Man hits the cut, needs it absolutely with the red shell coming in, but it's not going to be there soon enough. Immortal Man will take that first place position.
I've seen so many first places from Immortal today. He is putting on a show today.
Absolutely cementing his name in the books here. Once again, we cannot undersell how wild Immortal Man has been. Not to undersell our other competitors either, though. There are a lot of people gunning for that spot, but I gotta say, you put money down on Immortal Man, you gotta appreciate that. You are making some good calls right now.
I mean, I would definitely put some money on Immortal if there was a booking, if we could actually bet on esports. But for the time being, what's interesting too is like there's this huge wide range of ages that play Mario Kart. There are the kids, there's the young adults, and then there's actually adults. And it's really cool that it doesn't matter what age you are, you can still do really well in this competition.
Absolutely phenomenal to see such a wide group of people being brought together. And again, under very, very good community management, one could say. It takes a lot of efforts to keep a community really doing well, especially when you do have a very, very wide range of people coming through. When you have such a wide range, it takes a lot of care and it takes a lot of attention, a lot of value into not just getting people in the door, not just getting people in seats, but making sure those people are well taken care of. And the fact that I can say that has been the exact case time and time again here at the arena and here in the Mario Kart community in particular is really great to say.
Oh yeah, we're going into race number 3 with Rainbow Road. Immortal Man using that pole position to kind of keep the lead.
Oh my God, speaking of deep cuts, pole position is literally another racing game that I can think of. But for the time being, Vonnie here in third can try and slide by. It's going to be trading positions a little bit here. Pushing up, managing to hit these turns. This is a map that inspires anxiety like nothing else for me.
Well, it's because Vonnie uses this, it's called an inward bike, so it actually drifts differently than other vehicles. So when you see him going really close to the edge, he knows what he's doing. But for me, it's kind of like I'm clenching up, like, oh my God, he's gonna fall off.
Yeah, again, this is some high caliber play. If you are gonna hop on the sticks at home and try this, it's not gonna work the first couple of times. Let me just let you know right now. But one day you might be pulling twists like this, and we have a disconnect. Unfortunate stall there.
So unfortunately, Sneaks has taken some kind of medication, which turned him into the big green monster. He has smashed up the switch, so we're currently trying to tranquilize him and calm him down to get ready for the next race in our grand finals. Well, total apologies. We're having the staff from Jurassic Park come in. They're taking care of it, and we'll get back to you shortly.
We're once again recontaining the Raptors and getting back into things. These things do happen. Once again, we have a phenomenal technical support staff, keeping a close handle on everything, getting everything right back into ship-shape conditions in just a few moments. But we got a sneak preview as a result of how things are going to look, and we have scores on the board to keep us occupied.
Yeah, you're taking a look at the scores right now. It's still pretty close. Immortal Man, he has 24 points. He wants that first place, but Batter Cookie's trailing just by 1 point behind.
Really, really close so far, but with plenty of races left to go, there's still plenty of opportunity for things to switch around. I can't help but notice, Blue Tunic, I said if I had to pick somebody, it would be you, and I can't help but notice a number 6 next to your name. But again, the margin between the ladder positions and the first positions are not all that wide just yet, so there is still a lot of comeback opportunity. Who are you feeling off of that? Is there anybody that you're looking at on the lower end of things that you're like, they're going to be able to swing this later on?
Well, I mean, I would hope that Jinx would be able to swing it around. She has the most support here on chat, and she's one of our best players. So seeing that score right now, that's not how Jinx plays. She'll definitely turn it around.
And we did see a lot of very weird mistakes from a couple of people in that first match, which really makes me think that there's going to be a lot of rubber banding in this in terms of the point total. Because if we saw somebody flubbing hard off start, then there's got to be a step up from a couple of people. For some people, there has to be a weirdly bad start, meaning that later on we're going to see some of those lower rankings shift a whole lot.
You got to remember that a lot of these players are not going to get this is not like qualifiers or semifinals where people are constantly getting first. It's really hard to get first in grand finals. A lot of these players are like, I need to hit at least top 3 consistently. And that's the most important thing in the grand finals is consistency. As long as you're consistently up in the top, you're actually going to you're probably in the runnings for first place. But if you have that one bad race, that tanks your score so much. It's like getting an F and there's only 6 assignments in your school.
Yeah, so keep that in mind. But again, it also means if you manage to start off bad, but you know that you have something coming up that is going to be clutch for you, you can really pull ahead. It means that if you see things come through and we find ourselves on a map later on that's really, really good, you can say to yourself, I'm going to make good points on this. And for the folks at home who are big fans of our competitors here, if you know for a fact that somebody is really good on a particular kind of a track, you know that their strategy works well on a track that is coming up, that could be your opportunity to see them push ahead and really earn their place in those top positions.
Yeah, and those top positions are so important for these players. Every point counts. This is the grand finals. There's only 4 more races left, and they got to nail as many points as they can so they can take home that plaque.
Well, let's see them nail it, because it is again, the grand finals, meaning that we do have some very, very highly skilled competitors coming through. Everybody here has proven themselves a number of times over the course of the evening and have no doubt earned themselves some fans if they didn't walk in with plenty already. People that have been here through plenty a Saturday Night Speedway before know what names to look out for, know what signifiers of skill to keep an eye out for, and as a result, know who has a very, very solid chance here of coming through and doing something spectacular.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of high skill, if you want a high-quality vehicle, check out Vinley Volkswagen. They got all your car needs for any kind of vehicle you need to drive that's not in Mario Kart.
Absolutely. If you want to hit a drift on the Las Vegas Strip, please don't. But if you want to hit a drift somewhere else, then might possibly go through. If you want to look good on the strip, certainly. You can cruise down with the window down, say hello to the people passing by. Stop by the Luxor and come through to the arena, please.
Yeah, absolutely. And while you're at it, go ahead and pull up your Facebook, pull up your Twitter, and follow at HyperXESALV for all your social needs for the esports arena.
You are absolutely not going to want to miss any of the games coming up. And hey, why not take a look at some of the games that are already been broadcast, some of the things on the record. They are great to watch in action. I am certainly going to be going home and continuing to do my research on some competitors that we know we're going to be seeing again sometime. Again, if you are looking for people to really shine a spotlight on, if this is your first time here at the arena, you find a favorite, very unlikely this is their first time here. You can go back and find these names again, see some of their own highlights, games that they have managed to win, even if they're not going to win here tonight. Or maybe our winner will be someone with a long streak behind them, and you can go back and take a look at the W's on the record.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could just watch this episode again once you're done. A lot of these viewers, like, for example, Writing My Pidgey, he's not here today. But what he'll do is right after SNS, he'll pull up the video, rewatch the whole thing, and start talking about the mistakes that other players made, mistakes that he made, things that he could have done. And you could get different perceptions on these players on how to be a better Mario Kart player.
And really, that is one of the best things about any kind of an esport, is you will have plenty of opportunities to reflect on what you've done. And in any good community, you are going to be able to criticize yourself, and there will be people that want to help you. Nobody here wants their opponents to be worse. Everybody wants a good game. Everybody wants an opportunity to take that next step ahead. And so somebody comes over and says, hey, I realize you did this. This is a good way to do that. Or when you come over and say, hey, how did you manage to pull that? They're excited to tell you about it. They're like, yeah, I got this thing worked out. It's a great thing to see.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you exactly as a competitor. The minute you're on stage, it's completely selfish. You want people to get hit. You want people to do bad. The minute that 6th race is over and you walk off that stage, you are all friends. You're the nicest people ever. You talk, you chat, you make sure. It's like, hey, you did that. Great job there. Great job that. Hey, I hated it when you do that. There's so much community here the minute that race ends. But when the races start, it's serious time.
Absolutely. Once again, you got to have focus, because everybody wants a strong competitor. Everybody wants to get in there and really show their best. But everybody also wants to win. Not in the sense that they are entirely unfocused on the people around them, but that's what you need for you to say, I want you to be the best challenger you can be because I want a good show. At the same time, I want to operate 110% because I want to be able to walk off stage knowing that I put it all out there, that I showed you my true potential, that I showed you the best skills that I have right now. Maybe one day I'll be better. Maybe today it wasn't enough, but I will come back, and on that day, I'm going to have everything in the bag thrown at you.
Yeah, and like all of these players, they want their opponents to play the best too. This is not a I guess, a rude community, and like they don't want people to have bad days. They want to, when you get this plaque today, our competitors want to know they deserve it. They want it.
And absolutely, we have gotten plenty of footage here that has proven that they do, in fact, deserve it. As you can see, we are headed back to Rainbow Road, so there'll be similar twists and turns ahead of us. And I gotta say, once again, I don't envy it. It's interesting how this is not the map that frustrates me the most, but this is the map that I'm probably the scared of the most. I feel fear when I see Rainbow Road. Perhaps it's legacy, because we all know people that have never touched a Nintendo controller in their life know Rainbow Road is scary.
Well, this is like the first game, if you remember in the Super Nintendo or the Super Famicom, it's like there's racing games that are hard. What does this mean? This is like the first time where Nintendo's like, we're no longer making the race the important thing. Surviving is just as important as well.
It's wild. As someone that has played a lot of racing games in a lot of arcades growing up, it is absolutely a very unique experience among them as part of why they survived for so long. And it's been often duplicated, but never replicated.
That's actually, now that I think about it, it's kind of a good strategy to shake your controller, because like, you don't have to time the button press, and if you have it. Oh yeah, I learned something today. Good for me.
Yeah, again, once again, let this be a lesson. You can always learn something new, and sometimes it's the unorthodox strategies that come through. You never know when somebody operating in a vacuum or just trying some stuff out is going to come up with the wildest strategies you've ever heard of. But one of the best leads I'm seeing right now is absolutely funny name, who, as it is going to surprise nobody, is sailing ahead in first place, miles away from second. Oh, I stand corrected. Did you see that? Did you see Waluigi pop into existence there?
Hey, take a look at this. Second place has 2 red shells. We know first place only has a mushroom, but second place just doesn't know what first place has yet. So second's kind of like, I need more items so I can start ganking out his items.
What is going to happen here? Funny name is in a precarious position. And yet, holding on to first for so long, you start to feel like he's got it. This is normal. What could possibly take the shine away from him? But I'm having 2 red shell-based flashbacks right now as we get to our final lap. Oh, that was almost bad.
That was a little too close for comfort there. Blue shell hitting funny name in first place, and second place actually moving on ahead.
Oh, that's going to be it then. There's no more time left, and sailing through first, Waluigi wins once again. Oh my God.
Well, I mean, I think every character is a Waluigi at this point.
it's an ocean of Waluigis. This is Waluigi time.
Hey, I mean, Waluigi doesn't have his own game yet, so we're still waiting.
It's gotta happen eventually, right? At this point, it's so far beyond being a meme that Waluigi gets to be in literally nothing.
I mean, Wario has his own series, Wario Land, so where's Waluigi?
Which we also need more of. Where's my next WarioWare game, Nintendo? I should stop yelling, they'll come for me.
No, you deserve it. No, where is my WarioWare?
Where's WarioWare? But as much as we can blame other Nintendo games, we're not getting anytime soon, probably. We are getting plenty more Mario Kart, thank goodness. As we sail further ahead, we are seeing the rankings update in real time. Some of our biggest name competitors are, of course, doing phenomenally well here, as we expect. We're still seeing great things from Vani, still seeing great things from Funny Name, from Immortal Man, from Kiro, from plenty of people who are still absolutely in the upper echelon of the running to take it all.
Yeah, well, we're going into Water Park, which is going to kind of throw in the standings a little bit, because what's going to happen is the first half of the pack is going to stay pretty consistent, but those in the back of the pack can cause a lot of chaos for those kinds of characters. So anyone who's in like 5th to 12th needs to be really careful.
But this will be tricky then. As Funny Name gets started, we see the Waluigi 3 starting things up as he is going to fall his way back into the first. In first place, it's Waluigi. Second place, we have Waluigi. In third, it's going to be Waluigi, as Funny Name continues to hold on to first.
And if you notice, for Funny Name getting hit by a red shell, that sucks. But if you notice that players will drift extremely long on that first jump into the water, and the reason they do that is because the water changes the physics for you, and it allows you to get what they call a ultra mini turbo, the purple sparks, without having to like let go of your boost. So that's just something you'll notice in this track.
Very, very interesting stuff. I gotta say, Geronimo pushing ahead into first is very, very solid to look at, but it does bear mentioning, and in case you are wondering, let's take a look at this. I wonder what characters are good. I wonder what characters I should try picking up. Out of the 12 players now, there are 10 Waluigis.
And you saw right there, Immortal Man did the same exact advanced tactic and throwing the red shell to boot.
My God, Immortal Man here in second. He's got the air horn and the red shell in the back. Pretty well defended here. Meanwhile, Funny Name in fourth has not but a mushroom to his name, but that's about to change. It's the drift, picks something up. A red shell is coming for him, but he's got triple banana support at the moment.
Great knowledge of knowing where he's at, because he knew he was in the mid pack, so using that mushroom will still give him a defense, even though he only had one item. Most beginners would keep that mushroom, but the fact that he knew use it right there, great job.
Gonna do Immortal Man, has that defense, got 2 reds on deck, not looking bad at all, but he does still need quite the jump ahead to get into first. He's gonna toss up that red shell. Those are both gonna hit. Oh no, it's gonna be clipped as he comes to a knock all the way to 6th, and we are on the 3rd lap. That finish line is just about to come through.
Yeah, first place with a boomerang. He should be safe for the remainder of this race. Great map knowledge from 3rd place as well.
Absolutely beautiful. Nothing could stop him now. I did it again, but it was too late this time. Nice try. You couldn't give me the cast to curse somebody. He was past the finish line already.
Yeah, but if you notice for that race right there, it's really important not to hit 2nd place. Second place is the only person who could really hit 1st place. So what you do is you wait for 2nd place to hit 1st, and then 3rd, then hit 2nd. I know that sounds really basic, but when it comes to Mario Kart, it's so hard to hit 1st place. If you hit 2nd place too early, 1st place is like free. And then what that causes is a huge chain of the kinds of items you get. So items are determined by distance. So the further you're away from 1st place, the better items you get. So letting 1st place runs away makes everyone get mid-pack items or worse, which causes more chaos. So you don't want chaos. You want to be in control of the race.
Right. So very, very interesting. So again, we saw a lot of interesting manipulation, and it's very cool to hear about the sort of in-game calculations that are going down, literally moment to moment, minute to minute, on top of just trying to keep track of what your opponents have currently, what they're capable of, and as a result, what options are available to you. Like, I can't go for this right now because I know the person behind me is waiting for me to be in a bad spot so we can hit me with a red shell.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the hardest parts about this game is knowing that, let's say you have 2 red shells, you totally want to hit someone, but the correct answer is not to throw a single one. It's so hard to have that kind of discipline.
Absolutely. And it's easy to get the pressure mounting in different spots to go for something viable. We've seen big risks pay off. Perhaps we will see them go through once again. Currently, Funny Name is going to be leading the pack with green shell in back for the defense. He is going to go for the jump there, nails it flawlessly, and jettisons the green to pick up banana and a coin. Not bad. Not the greatest, but not bad.
I always love falling off to the left right there. It's faster, but it just feels really good to do it. It's one of those like it's like doing a combo in fighting games.
Yeah.
There's a lot of satisfaction in it.
It's when you get the whole combo, when you finish the whole thing. Not just when you're like, I got a bread and butter that's going to help me out, but when you get every last hit online, you're like, yes.
Well, take a look at these scores right here. Things are pretty close here between Bonnie and Sneaks, with being approximately a 5-point difference. So there's still a lot more racing to do. Blue Shell's coming out of the way, hits, but Funny Name still being able to keep 1st place and trails that banana. 2nd place, that was your fault, 2nd place. Why don't you go run into that banana?
Let him have it, but Funny Name sailing through is going to cross the finish line for our 3rd lap. This is the final stretch. Once again, one of these maps that is just a downhill thing, no repeats on the terrain. He's got a lot of very varied and very beautiful environments, but also we have to be constantly aware of the new challenges up ahead.
Yeah, but he throws the red shell, goes for the chain. He actually messes up that chain. If you notice, he only got 1 item instead of 2. He should have gotten 2, but he failed to throw that red shell fast enough.
Did not. Eagle eye on that. We are in the final stretch now, and we see Funny Name sailing back. Bonnie is going to take 1st place. Will he be able to hold on to it all the way through? The finish line is within sight. Can he do it? Got 2 bananas in hand, and the shock is going to hit.
Yeah, that shock's going to actually protect him because no one else behind him has items. Make sure he gets 1st place.
Fair point. In a way, that last-minute hit has preserved him. Once again, hitting us with the M. Bison as he finishes up with the win.
The M. Bison, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, but great stuff from Bonnie right there. To be honest, that shock saved him. Yeah. Well, not saved him, but it definitely locked it in. Yeah,
I mean, at that point, like you said, there was nothing that could be done, because nobody could then hit him with anything. So it didn't give him the win, but it cemented the win. It took away the small probability of things being turned around. Because we mentioned that very, very early on in the tournament, how probability plays a factor here, how there are constantly a lot of calculations going down. And in that moment, basically everything shoots down to 0 because it was too much distance for it to be done the old-fashioned way, and without items to hit him with, there was no way to knock him back.
Yeah, the only thing that could have happened is if someone smuggled a star into 2nd, but we already saw 2nd and 3rd just get shocked as well. And once again, when you want to play good Mario Kart, look behind you. There's a button. It's called X. Look behind you, and it will save you so many times.
Map that to something good if you need to, but do not allow that to go unchecked because, yet again, we see that keeping your eyes behind you is absolutely pivotal. And we're going to get a chance, no doubt, to see plenty more of that as the next course is being selected.
Yeah, we're going into dry dunes, I believe. I had to think about that for a second. We're going to dry dunes. This track is extremely difficult just for the fact that it has a straightaway that's like 15 seconds long that any green shell you throw will turn into a bowling alley. I'll show you where that is.
I'm very excited for it. This has been an interesting day in terms of our tours of the map. And Vonnie is looking to make sure that it is a profitable day as well. We already got, again, a lot of people here. We're looking at people that are all walking away with some money. Oh, no.
That's rude.
Oh,
that was
no.
so rude. First item box, red shell, and you hit funny name. But once again, these players know each other. They know who to hit, and there's a reason why someone did that.
I mean, hey, take it as a badge of honor. If you have earned somebody targeting you, that means you are good.
Well, here we are in the bowling alley. It's essentially a long straightaway with tons of little bumps. And we got Sneaks in first place. We haven't seen a lot of Sneaks lately. Hopefully he's doing a better race here.
I mean, hey, certainly have been placing well over the course of the races so far. As he pushes ahead, we have Vonnie here. Mortal Man for the back in fourth with the mushroom on deck, ready to hit something.
Yeah, Mortal with a mushroom. He's not going to be able to do much. He might cut through. No, he's not going to use that mushroom. I don't blame him either. Funny name, defenseless, but a double item box coming up.
Keeping the shot well in play there, keeping himself well on track to cruise through that double item box. We have Sneaks holding on to the coin and shell. Hitting those jumps, and look at the space between first and everybody else second. Got a good gap
Huge
ahead.
thing there. Sneaks fell as well as funny name into that pit.
Yeah, now that you mentioned that, caught me off guard a little bit.
Yeah, and then Blue Shell comes in as well as a huge shakeup here as we're going into our final lap.
Wild stuff. Mortal Man still in a very, very good spot here in first. In fact, at the top of things, using those mushrooms, cut across as best as he can and popping a coin right after, but now entirely without any items to his name.
Well, there's a double item box right behind him, so he'll be fine here. But it depends. No, it's fine. We're good.
I feel like that was two very different turns of fate there that just happened. But here we are in third, holding on to the red shell. Keeping him defended, ready to fire off at any moment, though. Three shrooms up front.
Watch pod 3. He has 3 mushrooms. He might be able to cut up and get in first.
Oh, God. And Mortal Man losing 2 places, 3 places, all the way back down to 5th, right at the very end.
But like a huge shakeup there. Pod 10, pod 3. So Batter Cookie and Geronimo were able to use those triple mushrooms to kind of cut right into the front.
Goodness gracious, what a game. That was a wild one to see go through. Oh, my God. Coming in at the very tail end with a big win. Gotta give props to Batter Cookie for that one. That was a wild tournament. The claps coming through. Big props to all of our competitors for a game well played.
Absolutely. That was a phenomenal tournament, but right now it's the most important part as the esports arena is tallying up the scores to find out who is leaving this arena today with a nice hefty paycheck, as well as the Vinley Volkswagen plaque.
And we have some highlights to look back at. And folks, even if our competitors here do not come away with the crown, with the first place win, look back at these highlights. These grand finals were ridiculous, to the point where you've got to be hyped for some of these competitors, win or lose, but certainly they're going to be coming back again, meaning that even if today was not their Saturday Night Speedway, there may be many Saturday nights yet to come for them.
Absolutely. You should be honored just to even make grand finals. It is not easy at all. The fact that you got to remember, we started today with 5 qualifiers, and now we're finally down to 1 player remaining, which we will find out very shortly.
I am so excited for this. This has been great. I hope I'm back again soon, man. I'm going to be listen, if I'm not casting, I'm going to be in the audience. I got some words for the next time we come through with this, because this has been great to see.
Yeah, you can see Immortal Man. He's taking that hit right here in our highlights going on in Water Park. But when you have a boomerang, you have nothing to worry about.
That moment, that's the where. Again, I invoked the curse intentionally because I knew it couldn't be stopped. We see a lot of great things here. We saw Funny Name doing so many great things over the course of this. Immortal Man, Sneaks. We saw so many wild plays. I feel like we didn't see a whole lot of Batter Cookie, but Batter Cookie did so well.
I mean, no, that's the nature of Mario Kart. Is the fact that you're going to see people constantly shifting 10 or 7 to 10 positions. It's so hard to keep track of 12 of the best players here in North America.
And after a start which had a lot of very tough misplays, to see those final few games be so high skill level from everybody on the track, it's a great resurgence of exactly what we came here to see. And it just goes to show once again that these are all top-tier competitors. You can have a mistake, a misstep, a quick issue, one could say, here and there. But at the end of the day, these people have some very well-ingrained skills. And even when chaos breaks out, they're able to persevere through some incredible moments.
Yeah, absolutely. You see these players, even if they make one mistake, these guys are literally inputting thousands of commands today to the point that like their thumbs are sore, their hands are tired, they're stressed out. But in the end, I guess only one person still only wins.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, with every bit of experience, with every opportunity to come through, go up against competitors that are so high caliber, like you said, some of the best in North America, if not the best in North America, it gives you that opportunity to learn and to grow, to get better through the experience and through getting to talk to hang with these people also in the community that are just as hyped to improve and to grow as you are.
Yeah, and they are tallying up the scores. I'm like getting tense. I want to know who wins this one.
It's time. I've just gotten word that your dreams are going to be coming true. We have the scores. It is time for us to see who's come through with the big win. We have Bonnie taking that first place spot, winning it all, popping up as hard as ever.
I have never seen a pop off like that. Did he just do a flip?
He did. He did a front roll. Stumble hitting us with the Dark Souls roll. A well-earned one as he comes through. But the first place win, the prestige and the prize money. Big props to our boy, Bonnie.
I feel bad because like literally a week ago I was talking trash about him. I'm like, dude, you haven't won SNS in forever. I literally sent him off. And it's just like.
And you know what? Then he went through an entire training montage off screen. He was in the gym doing pull-ups like Apollo Creed, like just never want to sign in that Speedway, huh? And here he is with the first place. I'm not surprised, certainly. We saw him doing great since the very beginning. That has been one of those names that has absolutely been the forefront of my mind since the start of the tournament. And it is a big win. Wow.
If you notice, he was extremely consistent through the race. Like every single race, he was always at least top 4. And remember what I said, consistency is extremely important when it comes to the grand finals.
And we, of course, have a quick interview as we get to talk to the man himself and see how he feels about how well he did.
Bonnie, how's it going, man? You just won.
Dude, it's great to win once again. This is my 3rd championship, and I am so proud of it.
And the crowd is proud of you as well. You should be proud. That was a great game, great run of things, and a great pop-off. Does your back hurt?
Not gonna lie, I was scared. I was nervous. I was terrified. I was mortified, especially after that DC, because I didn't know those scores until the very end. But once I saw it, I felt so happy. Oh my God.
Oh, you've got the plaque, you've got the prize money, and you got the prestige. Big props to you. And you've got a lot of moments on the highlights reel, all well-earned and well-deserved. So now you can take a breather and those nerves can die down. So that says it all, folks. Once again, in case you're doubting how arduous it can be to fight your way through. What is that? You have a lot of competitors here that really took you to task, huh?
Not gonna lie. I've been struggling for these past couple of weeks, just making sure that I can stay on top of my game. But, at the end of the day, I just have to keep practicing, take a lot of advice, and just do what I got to do. By the end of the day, I came out on top.
There's nothing else you can say there. If you came out on top, you are the winner of the Saturday Night Speedway. You're taking home that plaque. Go ahead and pick up that plaque. Show the world that you deserve to be number 1.
Let everybody know that you'll come through a champion. And who do you want to shout out now that you've got your big win under the belt?
To give a quick shout out, I want to thank the Marzillo family for being here. My parents, my little brother, every competitor that came out here tonight, including the staff, Finley Volkswagen at the Valley Auto Mall, and Saturday Night Speedway in general. Let's go SNS 100. Woo!
Let's go indeed. Thank you so much. Goodbye for now, Vonnie. Go ahead and take your victory lap, take your plaque home, and get yourself some rest after quite a lot that he has fought his way through to earn that big win. Wow, this has been a great tourney.
Dude, this is a great event. We saw some great plays today, too, man. But, what do you... this is your first, I wouldn't say it's your first time at SNS, but you're pretty new at this. How did you think of today? What's going on through your mind from a casual?
I gotta say, as someone that is still but a fledgling, but a baby bird being thrown from the nest when it comes to the world of competitive Mario Kart, I am hooked immediately. I gotta get back and hear for some more of this, man. This was wild. I feel like there's some things here that, by your own admission, should be on the highlights reel for SNS in general. I will not stop talking about the blue shell moment, the 2 red shell moments, the green shell moment, the full range of colors. It's been really just put together a shelled highlight reel is my final thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been doing this for 95 SNSs. This is something I've been sucked into every freaking week, and it is so great to see all these characters, these players, just this whole event kind of get put together thanks to Ben Leibelsweg.
Phenomenal stuff again. Thank you so much for coming out to join us at the HyperX Esports Arena for Saturday Night Speedway. Thank you for coming through, giving your support. We hope to see you again another time. Goodbye for now, and thank you again.